Buenos días para todos y para todas. De nuevo, bienvenidos.
Good morning, everybody. Again, welcome to the Leon de Graaf Auditorium. Please take your seats. Thank you.
Su atención, por favor. Segundo llamado.
Emma, hola. Gracias. De nuevo los invitamos amablemente para que tomen sus asientos. En minutos vamos a iniciar. Agradecemos tomar sus asientos. Listo, Rafita. tu voz. ¿Estoy lista?
Bienvenidos al Auditorio León de Greg de la Dirección de Patrimonio Cultural.
Agradecemos tomar sus asientos. Vamos a iniciar.
Declarado Monumento Nacional, reconocido por el Premio Nacional de Arquitectura y destacado por su acústica, considerada única en Latinoamérica. Con capacidad para 1.612 espectadores, les solicitamos silenciar sus teléfonos celulares en este momento. También sus cámaras de video y fotográficas. Recuerden que está prohibido consumir alimentos y bebidas durante su permanencia en la sala. El auditorio cuenta con 6 salidas de emergencia, 2 en la parte alta y 4 en la parte baja. Por favor, ubique la salida más cercana a su silla. Los invitamos a conocer nuestra programación visitando la página web patrimonicultural.com.
Un cordial saludo para todas.
Warm regards to everybody. We greet you from the National University in Bogota, Colombia. We give you the welcome to the third International Conference, Emerging Responses to Contemporary Atrocities. In this occasion, the International Conference will be focused on knowing about the practices of redressing and reconciliation of victims of serious and massive violations to human rights and the international humanitarian law in transition contexts. We give a formal start to this conference with the national anthem of Colombia. We kindly ask you to please stand up. The anthem that you're going to listen is the anthem interpreted by the biodiversity.
Damos un saludo. Pueden tomar asiento.
Please be seated. We give a special regards to those people that are joining us in person this massive auditorium, to the victims and the victim organizations, to the students of the National University, to all the members of the diplomatic delegations. Special regards to the Embassy of Sweden, with Switzerland. Without her help, we wouldn't be able to do this work. Special regards to the headmaster of the university, Leopoldo Munera, our host. We thank everybody who is joining us in this transmission, especially the territorial teams of the JHEP, and a special regards to the President, Magistrate Roberto Carlos Vidal, to the Vice President Belkis Florentina Izquierda, to the magistrate Danilo Rojas Betancourt of the Peace Tribunal, creator of this conference, whose third version is being held today in the National University. To the elect president of the HEP, Alejandro Romelio Arteaga, to the elect vice president, José Emilio Hormiga. Both are going to lead the route of the HEP from November the 5th until November 2026. So this will be a great opportunity to wish the best to them in this new challenge. And a special thanks also for the presence of the Minister of Justice and Law, Ángela María Buitrago. All the magistrates welcome from the HEP and welcome the Executive Secretariat, Harvey Daniel Suarez. A special regards to the presence of our Procurator, Jairo Acosta. Thanks to the different lecturers, international lecturers that are with us today. We especially thank the presence of the interpreters of sign languages. All our gratitude also to Maria Valencias de Ibarra, Director of Cultural Heritage of the National University. Without her support, we wouldn't be able to be here in the most important university auditorium, Leon de Grave of the National University of Colombia, inaugurated in 1973. It was designed by the architect Eugenia Mantilla de Cardoso, first woman receiving the National Architecture accolade. The Colombian poet Leon de Grave passed away on July 11, 1976, and 12 days later, National University wanted to honor and perpetuate his memory, changing the name of the Central Auditorium for Auditorium Leon de Grave. In 1996, this auditorium was declared a national monument. Its acoustic conditions allow it to be the permanent seat of the Philharmonic Orchestra of Bogota, which, as we know, is going to be joining us this afternoon with a special program known Concert for Reconciliation. This would be the moment to especially thank the director of the orchestra, Rubián Solvega, and Master David Garcia. Before starting with our agenda, I kindly invite you to pay a special homage to our dear magistrate, Heidi Patricia Baldacea Pereira, who unfortunately passed away on July 31st. We invite you to stand up to unite in a minute of silence as an honor for the magistrate.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much. Please be seated. Choosing the National University as the venue of the Third International Conference for Transitional Justice, it's an opportunity to listen to the educational community in their experiences of peace building, and making an exercise in the memory, dignifying those who, being members of this community, have been members of war crimes and crimes against humanity that have been researched by their jurisdiction. In this time, the HEB has fostered a symbolic act that is found in the outer hall of the auditorium. It's a homage to two students of the National University of the Palmyra seat, Alexander Bayona and Alberto Gonzalez, victims of kidnapping and forced disappearance. This symbolic act embraces the fight of Vladimir Bayona as the father of Alexander, and also gives a space to demand the non-repetition of violence to their peers. A space so that those that are moving there can write a message to to Alexander and to Alberto. We are kindly invited to participate in this moving act. Also, as you have noticed, we are surrounded by the moving shrouds of the known artist Erika Dietz. The shrouds is a funerary mantle, but also is that woven, that the thread that again touching the face impregnates with that person, with the animus. Shrouds is a play with 20 photographs in black and white printed on cloths in large format. We have 4 here. Each one shows the face in the first in zoom of a victim of serious violations to human rights. The play has been shown in 12 cities of 7 countries: Polonia, Dominican Republic, Australia, Mexico, Argentina, United States, and Colombia. Always in sacred places as churches, temples, chapels and monasteries, today in the Leon de Grave. Another part of her play is going to be shown these days in the building of the HEP, and it can be visited by everybody. Thanks to dear Erika for being here with us, for accompanying us. To start the academic, legal and cultural reflection of the day, let's give the welcome to the headmaster of the National University of Colombia, Leopoldo Munera.
Señora Ministra,
Dear Minister, dear President of HEP and magistrates of HEP, participants, lecturers, first I wish to give the welcome to the Leon de Grave Auditorium and the National University of Colombia. I think this is the perfect space for an international conference about transitional justice. So please feel all the time in your home, in your place, and I hope that this conference can work in the best way possible. I'm going to give some short words, I hope, about a topic where I'm not a specialist. Estimated lecturers, panelists, participants, and organizers of the Third International Conference of Transitional Justice, Emerging Responses to Contemporary Atrocities, Redressing and Reconciliation Practices for the Victims in a Transition Context. Please receive a warm welcome to the National University of Colombia. Our campus is an essential place for the development of this type of events. Sometimes we forget that in the different missions we find the following: contributing to the national unity in their condition as intellectual center, open to all the thinking venues and all the social sectors, ethnical and local, to foster citizens with democratic values of tolerance and commitment with the civil rights and the human rights, to learn and analyze the national problems and to propose with independence formulations and relevant solutions, provide support and advising to the state in the scientific, technological, cultural and artistic terms with the authority that it has, and finally, being part of the benefits of the economic activity to the social sectors that create the nation. These purposes are directly led with this conference. Our university and transitional justice are important places to think about the future of the state and the government and the people, and also to deepen in the practices and mechanisms geared to peace building, justice, democracy, and respect for differences. I have taken the liberty of remembering some of the missions of the National University because I believe in the leadership that these institutions should have on the topics that I just mentioned. Also, it will be important to mention that many of the reflections that we are going to hold here, I have also talked about my academic, professional, and vital trajectory. Therefore, it's a twofold commitment in this time, on a personal and institutional note. It is possible to rebuild in different ways the genealogy of the transitional justice. For example, John Elster, in something that dates back from the ancient Greece, goes to the French Restoration of the beginning of the 19th century and ends in the contemporary world. Adjacent to this historical rebuilding, we can have what some intellectuals have called the myth of modernity. That means the idea that the story that is considered as universal of all the notions should always go back to the ancient Greece, having an eminent intra-European development, and later on, with the appearance of the modernity, disseminating from Europe around the world. Remaking the genealogy of the transitional justice is inconvenient, not only because this has practical origins that have to be properly placed inside different cultures, but also because this type of considering of the ideas and practices reiterate symbolically the inability of the people that were before colonized to reflect on their conditions and their historical experiences about their transition of the war to peace and now to be able to forge their own notions. In this way, I can reaffirm that transitional justice is not appearing as a response to the general question about what to do after perpetrating massive crimes and heinous atrocities, even though this is also related with this notion. If it were the case, we can almost tantamount these many of the concerns of the contemporary political theory with the transitional justice. For example, all the reflections from Hannah Arendt about forgiveness and promises in the scenarios, in revolutionary scenarios. And something like this would obliterate the specificity of the transitional justice. The transitional justice as such is a recent phenomenon whose first public relevance in the case of Colombia appeared in the 90s, and that in our country, as it's widely known, becomes more popular with the law of justice and peace. In the 90s, with the progressive disappearance and sometimes abrupt of the horizon shown by the real socialism, we go to a dispute by the reconfiguration of the international community under the hegemony of the United States and by the transition towards democracy, whose referent is the liberal democracy in the formal issues. Transitional justice in its beginnings is not only being able to face different war elements, moving from war issues to less violent ones, and to move from dictatorships to democratic governments. Peace and democracy are presented at the core of the transitional justice, even though it's not always clear what do we understand as peace and what do we understand as democracy. Peace can become a synonym of peace, while the gamble or the proposal on democracy can come on the consolidation of power systems and socio-political elements that are legitimized by democratic and legal formalisms. Such were the initial risks that we had of the traditional transitional justice that were associated to the peace and justice law. This law talked about the idea of a political neutrality to legitimize national and internationally, with the cost of removing the specificity of the different players that were anti-system and pro-system, and reduce the one of the transitional justice and the restorative. And finally, the truth, justice, and redressing were pragmatically subordinated to the objective of disarming without questioning the role of the political and economic structures, nor the specificity of the actors conditioned by those structures. The peace and justice law tend to privilege the rights of the perpetrators above the victims. However, the emergency of the transitional justice as a contemporary phenomenon can also be read, and especially can be read as a novelty scenario where the perpetrators are construed as people and political actors on their own account. They reivindicate their rights and they start investigations and sanctions with the massive rights violations, which means minimum standards and duties by the states within the framework of the international law and international human rights law. When we consider the transitional justice, we consider in the forefront the victims, the duties about them, and the consensus on minimum of international justice associated to the safekeeping of the human rights. So the rights of the victims cannot be subordinated to the alleged pragmatical goals of disarming, or transitional justice works with the restorative components. Actually, those mistakes were the ones that wanted to transcend the idea of subjacent transitional justice to the peace accords between the Colombian government and the former Farc-EP guerrilla. With the peace accords, the state was committed to adjust to the minimum standards and the obligations gathered by the international right organizations, and also place in the center the rights of victims more than the perpetrators. Truth, justice, reparation, and non-repetition. To what we said, we have to add an additional element that is specific. Transitional justice can also be conceived, as it has been shown in the Colombian case, as a way to remake the social accords partially and to move with hope in a scenario where conflicts are still alive and are still latent. Transitional justice is not only covering what happened, but also those things that are still happening, because the conditionings of the violence, of the physical and explicit violence, are still there, and they are on themselves some types of violence anchored in our social historical relationships and the relations and the legal and illegal conventions that they have given birth to. In this new landscape, the transitional justice also possesses a transformative character. It cannot be separated from contributing to the transformation of the economic, political, social, and cultural platforms that create and replicate violence, as it cannot be neglected from the character of violences and the constitution of full orders that we are considering with the structures. The social sciences, of course, made a key role in this matter. This has to avoid replicating the violence or the crimes that have been appearing, like erasing the social density and the one that have been done in other places, to stop talking about an absence or lack of the government, something inherent with the society, or making something volatile in abstractions that also are contributing to muting the diversity of different players, especially for the victims. The approach of the transitional justice means that this has to be acknowledged as a field in dispute. Well, the dispute has to be developed in a non-violent manner, giving room to the diversity of knowledge, experiences, and players without these obliterating the historical inequalities, but instead to contribute to change them. Transitional justice is called in the concepts and the notions and the practical movement to deepen democracy and to foster the work with an environmental and social justice. For this reason, again, I salute and I give the welcome to an event that is more than necessary for the Colombian society and for the National University in the moment where the contemporary atrocities seem to multiply or to be justified through warmongering discourses that are seizing the language of justice. Thank you so much for holding this event in the National University of Colombia.
Gracias al rector.
Thank you so much, Headmaster. We thank your kind words. Now we invite the Minister of Justice and Law, Ángela María Buitrago. Minister Buitrago has been essential in the support to the mission of HEP and has highlighted meaningful discussions that have been made with the victims in each one of the macro cases. Welcome, Minister.
Bueno, buenos días a todos.
Good morning, everybody. I'm very pleased to be joining you today, as usual. But today, I'd like to especially greet the President of the Special Jurisdiction for Peace, Dr. Vidal, Dr. Danilo. Thank you very much for this invitation. And the Magistrate Miller, and the Magistrate as well, Belkis, and Dr. Diego Garcia Sayan, to whom I love to see here. And from there on to all of you in this auditorium, because many of you students, graduate students, have been part of this journey. And especially today, being at this location, the National University, that has been part of a national living force before the social transformations in the country is very powerful. That's why it is very important for us to be here. That's why I'd like to start by saying that this event's name also means finding those emerging responses before the contemporary atrocities. And this takes us to talking about two key elements. On the one hand, the emergency. The first is that it arises in a sudden way. This means that it didn't have any precedent in history, but it was all sudden. And let us remember that Colombia has lived in war for more than 60 years. And this allows us to think about multiple issues in order to contain those atrocities and what has happened with those phenomena, but also it helps us, or it makes us think on why we need to keep on fighting for peace in order to put an end to these emerging incidents. From that point of view, we could say that our construction has tried to address not only peace and total peace that has been there in the hands of the Special Jurisdiction for Peace for a long time. However, today we could say that compass, a concept that we have in the country, is something that puts up together some methodologies in order to find justice and to consolidate this peace through legality by guaranteeing, without a doubt, the centrality or the focus that we put on victims under the perspective of truth, justice, and non-recurrence principles. Mr. President of the University, thank you very much for your welcoming message. You welcomed us in this university, but you also talked about two specific issues that have arisen before the transitional justice. And if you see, you can see that all of these have also been tackled in the National Development Plan, the Pact for Colombia, the Pact for Peace, which is a framework that took us to the final agreement, that took us to this public policy that means that we are analyzing the special jurisdiction for peace context as a component institution to discuss peace. But let us remember two things here. This is a temporary framework over a justice from the past. So the limitations from HEB ranges between 1985 and 2006. And this brings over an element that I would like to discuss with you today regarding how necessary it is that ever since the creation of HEB in 2016, we have also seen an exacerbation of the armed conflict in Colombia. In 2018, the CSRI mentioned 8 parallel conflicts with different emerging groups that have recurred to violence again. So if it is true that we want to guarantee the access to truth and we want to grant the participation of victims, it is also important for us to see that the specific objectives for the execution of this policy also needs to comply with all of the different indictments that are going to be considered. And within those reparatory sanctions, we have understood that an articulation with multiple magistrates of the Special Jurisdiction for Peace and Dr. Vidal, and now, for a long time now, Dr. Romelli, who's now the president of the corporation, have been put in place. And I want to mention this because these reparatory sanctions is something that materializes the possibility of the nature and the content of this transitional justice. According to the United Nations, this transitional justice has been institutionally defined as a variety of processes and mechanisms that try to tackle the problems from the past where there have been violations of human rights in such a way that the responsible ones can be accountable for what they have done. And this definition is very important. This definition from the United Nations is very important as to understand that this transitional justice in Colombia wants to facilitate the termination to the conflict, to this long-standing conflict. And from that point, I'd like to say that this transitional justice has been based upon some principles with great difficulty that the Special Jurisdiction for Peace created mechanisms so this justice could be dialogic in such a way that it could make those who were accountable to respond for those deeds. And in that sense, we would be alternative to the punitive approach. But I think that what would matter the most in this sort of justice, and what matters the most in that sense, is to repair the victims and the community to that massive amount of victims that Colombia has got. The Inter-American Court of Human Rights has already said it, and as you, Dr. Garcia, would remember, they said that our extrajudicial killings, our internal warfare, and all of this had happened before the international law. So we found different journeys, different ways to repair and to restore. So the repairing and the restorative component of the Special Jurisdiction for Peace creates a unique reference in terms of the indictments that it must raise. The process of drafting this indictments is something that in Colombia we have worked out as an example of self-determination and self-management before the victims, which is a key component from the sociological point of view, because we clearly reconcile with the social fabric. But it is also important to understand that there are some victims who haven't received this justice yet. We also need to remember that there are some victims that haven't managed to access this justice. And that's where I believe that together with HEP, the Special Jurisdiction for Peace, I think we are working on prioritizing and managing the different macro cases, that even though there have been some gaps with them, we have managed to tackle these cases in general terms. And so in that sense, HEB has got very important contributions, and these contributions are there because we see that the HEB's position has to find the neutrality of those mediating institutions, so the different engaging parts can actually trust this institution, so they can trust in this institution in the communities. So this is the part of a collective process, and this collective process, at least in one of the chambers that have moved forward the most, have tackled these issues in a holistic way that also enable us to get to a particular sort of justice. The restorative justice as a process, besides finding who is accountable for certain violations and, of course, their consequences, it also opens up the possibility to talk about a sentence before those crimes. There is no impunity from the perspective that we have at HEB, but here, the perpetrators need to acknowledge their accountability. But here, I'd like to open a parenthesis, because most of these cases, and oftentimes, it also means the cynicism of the crime, cynicism of these crimes that can openly acknowledge how the different state agents and parastate agents participated in this warfare, having in mind all of the different elements that were composed of massacres, killings, and devastation. And I think that here I'd like to highlight something even more important, which is investigating in a very clear way all the different incidents that are accounted in the different testimonies that are presented to this jurisdiction. And when you hear those statements, such as, yes, I disappeared more than 1,000 people, 500, 300 people, because I wanted to have a free weekend, or because I wanted to have a raise in my salary, or because I wanted to have a higher position. So this is showing us, this is presenting us with a horrifying social truth. And that's where we should focus all the reparation and all the restitution, because those who testify those things, those statements, it is going to create this horrifying feeling, this idleness before our society and before our humanity. In that sense, HEP understands this restorative justice as part of its mechanisms and proceedings. It tries to find the reintegration of those perpetrators. But here, I'd like to open up a second parenthesis. What sort of restoration, what sort of healing are we going to impose in order to achieve not only the reparation of the victims or the restoration and the non-recurrence, but also the awareness of those people presenting themselves to this jurisdiction that do have a special treatment. And so in that sense, these reparative sanctions are key. And it is important to mention this as well. What sort of indictments are pertinent and which ones are not? And this is something that we see even in Rwanda, when they talk about how to repair and how they conducted this collective process, the collective indictment process in Rwanda. And in Colombia, we have the reincorporation or reintegration of those perpetrators as much as the recomposition of the social fabric. So what's key here is to listen to the victim's voice, to get to know how they feel themselves being repaired, and to work in an intersectional way, and to get to work with each territorial approach, because every territory will have different groups, different ethnicities, different communities. So that's why I'd like to conclude my intervention by saying two things. The first is that the objective of this special jurisdiction for peace is the conjugation of the benefits to complement them with each other when using them in this transitional justice. But without a doubt, here we must reconstruct this social fabric. The reintegration and the indictments are also things that must be conducted with some specific approaches that have been developed theoretically by the Special Jurisdiction for Peace, but that have also been taken into practice. All of this to promote peace and reconciliation. This restorative justice and transitional justice are not synonyms. They have evolved through different ways. And from that point of view, whereas this restorative justice has been understood as an alternative to the retributive nature of the criminal justice, the transitional justice, on the other hand, has been born as a response to the needs to processing those incidents that happened during war times in order to transcend to a more normalized and balanced situation. But the question here is how to maintain peace. How to maintain peace in Colombia, where Colombia continues to have conflict in its territories. How to make that they all join this protective and self-protective and even in protective and self-protective environment where reconciliation can actually happen. And in that sense, justice is not only access to justice, but it's also the right to claim for this justice, and also the right to have an environmental justice and justice with human security. Thank you very much. And I truly hope that this event continues to be an example, not only because of the quality of the speakers, but also because of the topics to be discussed. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, ministra.
Thank you very much, Madam Minister. Now I would like to welcome to stage the Ambassador of Sweden. Ambassador of Switzerland.
Bienvenida.
Please be welcome to stage.
Estimado Magistrado Vidal.
Dear Magistrate Vidal, current President of HEP, President-elect as well, and dear Leopoldo Munera, President of the National University, good morning, and also good morning to everyone in this auditorium. First of all, I'd like to welcome you on regards on behalf of our ambassador here, but I'm here to represent him, and I am very pleased to be here welcoming this event at this location and this facility in the National University, especially for me because I was an exchange student 10 years back, and this was the university that welcomed me. And this was the university that introduced me to the reflections that we are going to discuss today, the multiple initiatives, tools, and mechanisms of peace construction, of peace building, in a context of ongoing violence with its different challenges, but also different shades of hope. My country has been working on this aspect for so long, and we have been working with this transitional justice in different contexts. With this experience has proved us the importance of having societies finding different ways to cope with different consequences of conflict, that in order to interrupt the cycles of violences and to boost the reconciliation and the non-recurrence of this violence. Switzerland continues to be convinced that a comprehensive approach of this peace with legal is key to reach peace. These bi-yearly conferences of the Special Jurisdiction for Peace are key to think about its mandate, but also to think about the comprehensive system of truth, justice, and non-recurrence of violence in the country. We congratulate Colombia for walking this way of justice while revising their past. Here we have some examples like the macro cases management and also the different conceptualizations that HEP has been working with for the last couple of years that have actually put into practice all of these principles between the judicial and non-judicial measures. Likewise, this approach that you have taken in HEP has put in special focus on the dialogue and the discussions, which is key, and that is something that Switzerland deeply believes in. But this is not only a world reference, but you are also creating reference for the current dialogue context, either it is in tabletop discussions or some other sort of discussions that are happening right now with the total peace policy in the country. That's why we congratulate this event and we applaud this event as an opportunity to discuss these very important issues with experts from different parts of the world that are joining us today, so we can further discuss it with the rest of Colombia as to discuss the current challenges in the country. Today's conference will be focused on reparation and restoration as a key central element to guarantee a victim-centered approach so we can contribute to reparation. On the other hand, we will also listen to some innovative measures that will be and have been undertaken to respond to that massive challenge of acknowledging and also finding accountability for the violations on human rights for the perpetrators and to continue consolidating the peace building. Nothing more, nothing less than that. So the reparative and the restorative nature is key for the indictment rising, for the indictment issuance, and that is key for the peace in Colombia. That is also a message that the Security Council of the United Nations, out of which we are part of, has also reiterated how important this is, specifically for the Colombian context. But just like the ministry herself said it, its implementation will take on interinstitutional efforts and will have to do with this comprehensive system in order to show that there are alternative ways to find conflict resolution and to contribute to this reconciliation in the country. I would like to harness this opportunity to also thank the outgoing presidency for its leadership in the strategic management of this institution, which is a reference worldwide, and also that has opened us the way in order to talk about this transitional justice, not only in Colombia, but elsewhere. I would also like to congratulate the new president for his appointment, and we wish you all the best for what's coming up next. We hope you have a very rich conference today, and we kindly invite you to visit HEP in Bogota so you can see all of these arts pieces performed by the artist Erika Mendieta, so you can see more of her work. Thank you very much and wish you all the best.
Thank you so much to the First Secretary of the Embassy of Switzerland. And we're going to listen to the President of HEP, Magistrate Roberto Carlos Vidal. Welcome, President Vidal.
Bien, buenos días a todas y
Good
todos.
day, everybody.
Quiero saludar primero al señor
First, I want to greet the headmaster of the National University of Colombia, Dr. Leopoldo Munera,
a la señora ministra
to the Minister of Justice and Law, Ángela María Buitrago.
Quiero hacer un saludo
I
muy
also
especial
want to give a warm regards to my colleague Danilo Rojas,
artífice de este evento,
who is the thinker for this event, along with the colleagues that are with us in a commission that is hosting these periodically.
un saludo al doctor Diego García,
Greetings to Dr. Garcia and all the guests
invitados que han hecho un esfuerzo
that have
enorme
made a
por
great
acompañarnos
effort of joining us with ideas in this work
ajusta su
that is adjusting his last day.
Primero quisiera decir
First,
para
I
mí es muy
want to
emocionante
tell you that it is really thrilling to me to talk in the Leon the Great Auditorium.
que haya sido acá
To anyone that has been an academicist, this is a temple, this is a shrine, and I do it with the utmost reverence that it needs.
es muy emocionante también
It's thrilling too
saber que buena
to know that a large share of the
además de
audience,
todas las personas que han querido acompañarnos,
besides all the people that have wanted to be with us today, we have a large share of the partners of the special peace jurisdiction,
compañeros de la jurisdicción.
special friends of the special peace
Quiero
jurisdiction.
comenzar
And I
agradeciendo
want to start thanking
a mis colegas,
to my colleagues,
magistradas y
the
magistrados
magistrates,
que me honraron con
who honored me
su momento,
at the given moment
eligiéndome como
by
presidente
choosing me
de
as the
esta
president and giving me this outstanding opportunity, the most beautiful in life,
que a mí
to
cada
do a
vez se me
job
acerca más al
that
derecho
is akin to the one that artisans make.
Somos un
I
poco
think that we
artesanos.
all of us are a little bit of artisans, as long as with the resources that we have available, and the same as a farmer does, the same as people does in the territories, in the regions,
Con los elementos que tiene a mano,
with the different elements that we have at hand, we are creating an artifact.
todos los que estamos acá,
We all together, the special peace jurisdiction are here, and this has been created with a spark, with our hands,
creo que también se
but
hace
I
con el
think that it's
corazón.
also made with our heart.
Y este trabajo
And this
que
work
estamos aquí,
that we are doing,
particularmente
it's a particularly profound work, because I think that it involves all of us, and that's what I have seen.
en la JEP trabajamos,
In HEP, we all work.
en la JEP producimos
In HEP,
lo que
we are
necesitamos para vivir.
producing what we need to do to live. But I have also noticed
Simplemente
that we are not here just for a material purpose. We are completely hooked from our hearts, and we have a profound ethical commitment with the things that we are doing for the people to which we are working with.
compartimos
And I think that we all share the dream of a peaceful country.
creo que
And in this institution, I think that we all can feel that we are contributing with something every single day, with our efforts, with our work, every single moment. From the presidency,
un lugar
we have a place, a especially privileged place, to be witness of what happens in the HEP and what we do. And I just want to talk about 2 or 3 things that we have seen here.
he visto a mis colegas
I have seen my colleagues, the magistrates, their teams,
absolutamente comprometidos,
absolutely committed,
creativos,
creative,
trabajando de
working
una manera, de una manera tremendamente
in
esforzada
a very strenuous, in a
por
tremendous
lograr a
manner
veces
to
misiones
achieve
que se
missions
antojan imposibles.
that we believe that would
Y he
be
visto que la
impossible.
misión que tenemos
And
es
we
mucho
feel
más
that the
grande
mission that we have
que una
is
persona,
larger
es
than a
mucho más
person,
grande,
is
que
much
un pequeño
larger
grupo.
than a tiny amount of people, and that the only way in which we can sort these serious problems that we are facing, that we all know, and the ones that we have been talking about plenty, about how are we going to finish the investigations, how are we going to make the trials, how are we going to issue sentences, how are we going to have all these sentences made. This is larger than all of us, but what I have learned is that we can know this with the collective intelligence. That when we have this auditorium filled with imagination, innovation, this amount of people that is willing to propose ideas and that all the time is creating them, I think that this mission has this size of these people, but is larger than all of us separatedly. I have also been witness of the work of the victims. The victims created us. The victims went to Havana to request, to demand that an institution like these, like the Truth Commission or the Unit for Search for People Considered as Disappeared, were created, and that the rights that they were aiming, that they were searching for many years, for ones for which they are working, for which they were prosecuted and exiled, so that these rights were relevant. And they created us, the victims created us. And now they are claiming us with all the rights to continue with our job. And they are being a living example of this. And the claim from the victims is a generous one. It's a generosity that nobody else has. It's a generosity to see ourselves, to participate in the processes, to bring our truth, to bring our pain, our demand, and their energy, that is the one that is the sustenance of the jurisdiction. But on the presidency, I have also seen the appearing parties. And I think that this jurisdiction is a place for compassion, is a place for understanding, and a place for comprehension. Many of my colleagues said, here we did a personal transformation rather large, as us, as officers, as legal officers, as members of the jurisdiction, where we took our heart and seeing in them people that have to be left aside, that have to be punished, that have to be isolated. And at the beginning, with lots of fear, we started meeting them, and we saw what is beneath them and beneath us. Humanity, and a humanity that is trapped in a conflict where neither them nor us have been able to live, and that we are trying to work to move onwards with some tools that are rather simple that we have, and that we put at your service, at the service of the victims. The truth, the acknowledgement, the conversations, the gatherings. Something so simple is what we have, to be able to have humanity, not only to the appearing parties, to the perpetrators, but also when they become humane, we became humane as well. And also I have seen, and it was mentioned by the headmaster Munira, that we are also part of a genealogy, of a tradition, also from the presidency. And to our colleagues, I saw with clarity, our colleagues from the legal branch, and with a lot of clarity, the great effort made by the magistrates and the officers of justice and peace, of the ordinary justice, of the many ways in which the state tries to answer to these things. How we like to build on the things that they were doing before, that the innovations that we have were tested by them, that we learn from the good things, but also from the flaws. And we owe them a reverence, and we owe them an acknowledgement of our work as peers and solidarity that sets a path. The path to the future is the path of trying to find peace, and that has to make us talk not only about justice, but to talk about the government institutions, about the government entities, the government control parties, the colleagues from procuratorship, our friends from everyday life, that constitutionally we can do things that are so complex as the restorative system, to link the HEP with over 40 government entities, to be able to make processes in the future and to go to the territories to try to contribute to redress what is irreparable. And finally, I want to tell you, I was a witness of something precious that sometimes is not seen from our daily life in our offices, the possibility of going outside, of going abroad. And I want to thank the government of Switzerland that took us hand in hand with the Security Council of the United Nations to talk with the colleagues, with the International Criminal Court, or our colleagues from the Inter-American Commission of Human Rights or Inter-American Court of Human Rights, or even our colleagues from EMAPOEA or the verification mission from United Nations in Colombia. I want to mention them because we also noticed that HEP is an institution of the last generation where those borders between inside and outside are broken. HEP is an international institution that uses the language of international law, that are the ones that have used the Statute of Rome, that have been applying the international law of human rights, that given our work, we ended up being some of the largest experts on international humanitarian law, and that these colleagues from outside sees us as peers, that are ready for a complementarity to the technical exchange, and they show something that sometimes we are not seeing from within, and is that we have lots of things to show of what we do, and that they are seeing us carefully with hope as well. I want, after talking of these things that I have been witness of, to thank all of you, because I believe that we have a great institution that from each one of your places, with your hands, and again, with our hearts, we have done that. And it wouldn't be fair if I wouldn't mention some people that have been close to us, to my esteemed colleague, Belkis Izquierdo, Vice President of the jurisdiction, that held a full line of thought for which she is widely known, the one who led the participation of the jurisdiction in the COP in Calais, in the COP 16. I also want to thank, and they will kill me, sorry, the Council of Elders, that I hope to be part of it soon. But Patricia and Eduardo were always next to me, supporting me in the most difficult moments with their experience, with their generosity, and also doing something marvelous. They gave me outstanding advice. It's like, don't be afraid, do that, go onward. I want to talk with Executive Secretary Harvey Suarez. HEP has one of the best public managers of the country, and that has allowed us to have the results that we can show pridefully. And also I want to thank him, and through him all the team of the Executive Secretary that I know that is here, from our partners from the territory that are attending the HEP, that have the office in a bag, and that are attending the towns on a bus. To them we owe plenty. The ones that are attending the victims, the lawyers of the victims and the appearing parties, and all the restorative justice sectors of the representation and attention to victims, esteemed partners that are doing an outstanding job. Finally, I want to thank my dispatch, my office, that I haven't been able to say that to them. How much do I owe you from everything that you have done? I know that you have multiplied and you have become giant to be able to cater with all the needs that we have. Again, thanks everybody, and I think that we have a marvelous institution. We have an institution that we can be very proud of, and again, happy with the arrival of our new president, Alejandro Romero. Thank you so much.
Muchas gracias, magistrado.
Thank you, Magistrate. It's been 2 years of great achievements, great commitment, and lots of innovation, thanks to the President Vidal. Now we want to greet especially and highlight the presence of the Ambassador of Chile, Maria Inés Ruz. And coming up next, we want to share with you the audiovisual document that summarizes the institutional balance of the special peace jurisdiction. Progress and challenges of restorative justice.
La JEP, a través de la aplicación de la justicia transicional restaurativa, sigue cumpliendo con su papel constitucional de garantizar los derechos de las víctimas y la seguridad jurídica de los comparecientes, con el fin de consolidar la transición hacia la paz y contribuir a restaurar el tejido social roto por el conflicto armado en Colombia. En este último año, la magistratura ha tomado decisiones judiciales encaminadas a sancionar a los máximos responsables por graves crímenes y esclarecer la verdad de lo ocurrido. Asimismo, ha adelantado acciones para resolver la situación judicial de los comparecientes y puso en marcha el sistema restaurativo. Primero, la Sala de Reconocimiento de Verdad ha presentado nuevas imputaciones en el caso 01, así como
As well as scenarios of public recognition of responsibility in this investigation and in case 03. Second, the Chamber for the Definition of Legal Situation has advanced in implementing the non-sanctionarity route to resolve the legal situation of members of the public force who are not selected as the highest perpetrators of crimes committed during the conflict. On the other hand, the Amnesty of Pardon Chamber, through a rigorous investigation process, compiled 9 presidential decrees granting amnesty to more than 9,600 peace signatories, which were communicated in February 2024. Fourth, the Truth Recognition Chamber has advanced in the investigation of cases 8, 9, 10, and 11 with the support of the international community, have provided resources to hire professionals who have systematized and analyzed information and prepared inputs that guide decision-making. And fifth, up to 2024, the SGP has protected and intervened in 97 locations with precautionary measures, providing an active space for victim participation and serving as a judicial procedure in support of the goals of the final peace agreement. National management and international cooperation. In the past year, the jurisdiction signed inter-administrative agreements with the governments of Antioquia, Valle del Cauca, Huila, and Córdoba, as well as with the mayor's offices of Cali, Medellin, and Neiva. In 2024, the jurisdiction has also strengthened its cooperation relationships with other state entities, such as the Office of the High Commissioner for Peace and the Agency for Reincorporation and Normalization. Furthermore, the HEP has consolidated its relationship with international community actors, which has enabled it to secure significant financial support. In the past year, we have strengthened our links with 16 international actors through 22 agreements, and 97 new cooperation projects were approved. In total, during this period, the HEP obtained support from the international community estimated at 51,639 billion pesos. On another note, through dialogue and cooperation with various international entities, the HEP has positioned itself as a relevant actor in the international human rights protection system. Firstly, in April 2024, Magistrate Roberto Vidal attended a session of the UN Security Council where Carlos Ruiz Massieu, head of the UN verification mission in Colombia, presented the year's first quarterly report on the progress on challenges in implementing the peace agreement. Secondly, the jurisdiction designed along with International Criminal Court work plan in exchange of knowledges and strengthened its mandate with a complementary agreement signed between the national government and the ICC. Third, they have established relationships with relevant actors in the U.S. justice system, as evidenced by the coordination with the Ambassador for Global Criminal Justice of the U.S. Department of State, Beth Van Schaik. Fourth, the jurisdiction has advanced work plans with the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights and Inter-American Court on Human Rights. Additionally, there have been dialogues held with representatives of other international actors, such as the European Parliament, the International Committee of the Red Cross, the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, the Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, the International Organization for Migrations, and the Nobel Prize Committee in Norway, among others. Restorative system. One of the most important achievements of the HEB in the last year was the implementation of the restorative system, a tool that ensures that both those found most responsible and those not found most responsible for a serious crime committed can carry out actions that contribute to restoring and healing the harm caused to victims and their communities. With the intention of having real references on the development of restorative initiatives, the first 3 restorative projects under this system were carried out. First, Safe Horizons, which seeks to restore the social structures and repair victims through training and education on comprehensive actions against anti-personnel mines, implemented by 7 members of the public forces and 11 former members of the now-defunct Farc-EP in Antioquia. Second, Harmonizing Us, which proposes the joint action of former members of the Farc-EP, including participants before the HEB, with the Agua community for the improvement of the access road to the House of Wisdom Marcos Pai on the Las Palmas property, where families of the victims of the Tortugaña Telembim massacre in Nariño reside. And third, Siembras de Vida, life sowings, which propose the design and implementation of ecological restoration actions in degraded areas of the Chingasa-Suma Pass ecological corridor in Cundinamarca, in which more than 40 members of the public forces have participated. With this goal in mind, HEB continues to aim to build the transformations that Colombia needs to consolidate a new sense of action and move towards peace. It is an honor to present the former president of the Inter-American Court of Human Rights and former relator of the United Nations on legal independence and member of the Committee of Choosing of the Comprehensive Peace System, Diego Garcia Sayan, who is going to...
Bienvenido.
Welcome. Dr. Sayan is going to present a lecture known Legal Independency and International Standards. Welcome.
Muy buenos días, amigas.
Good day, esteemed friends. I feel at home. I feel with people that everybody I would buy a used car from all of you. And also are gathering again, to be together again, to be in Colombia after so many other visits and so many situations where I have had the privilege of participating and being able to share notions, as we just heard, from the people that were before me. And there were the things that they said that I'm going to talk about, that is the independency, the legal independency. First, I want to thank the privilege of being able to be here, to be in the National University in this important auditorium, not only for Colombia, but also for Latin America. And to be able to share some of my thoughts about what is happening in the world, and especially what is happening in terms of justice. I have been the president for the Inter-American Court on Human Rights and rapporteur for the legal independency for the United Nations until not too long ago.
So that means that I've been in charge of informing the United Nations multiple times a year to let them know how things are going on in terms of justice in different parts of the world. And that's why I've conducted some visits to some different countries. And within that context, I was invited to be part of the committee to choose the different members of the transitional justice, topic under which I'll come back in a couple of minutes. But as a special rapporteur on independence of autonomy that sometimes have to visit some countries with a critical situation, of course, there must be a special invitation for me to be welcomed in the host country. So one of those visits was one of those countries that belonged to the former Soviet Union, Uzbekistan, back in the time. And so I had to conduct a visit there. And as it happened, in one of these visits, before leaving to the airport, and in this talk with Mr. Mirziyoyev, who was the president at the time, I remember I told him, I thanked him for his welcoming, let's say, visit. And I remember that I told him that before going to a press release, I told him what I was about to tell the press release. And I told him that the independence didn't exist in that country. It was not a very friendly message. And then I told him that the judges in that country at the moment would repeat word by word, space by space, every single thing that the prosecutors would say. And then they would, in turn, reproduce what the state agents would say. So in that sense, people in charge of justice would be, let's say, people in the armed force. And that is not something that is going to happen. That is not okay. So
we have tons of lawyers because everything has to be handled through lawyers. So it seems that we have thousands of lawyers in all the country, and it doesn't make sense. And that is the reason. The president stares at me and says, things are looking wrong. It's like, oh, you are right. And in my next message, my next address to the Congress, that is going to be in 2 months' time, I'm going to say that this is going to change and that we're going to have a justice system. So I went to the airport. I had no issues with that. My bag was full and arrived full to the country. And they gave me a brandy, the president. At the end, it arrived to its destination. And in the message, he said that there must be a justice system, and this has to change. I'm telling you this anecdote because the life in the society, in the end, has to deal with decisions from people and with critical issues where sometimes we have some circumstances, demands, requirements that moves us to say we have to change our path, we have to create a new institution, a truth commission. As I was a Minister of Justice in Peru, we created a truth commission. Unfortunately, we didn't have a transitional justice, but so the decision was taken and they make that important step. What we have seen from the distance is maybe that really bad vision about Latin America, that they think about the things that the lawyers are creating just for themselves. But the circumstances happened, and as I was in Colombia, or someone was gracious enough to think about me, I ended up in the committee of choosing, and I found there first an extraordinary workspace and a strength in the belly of the Colombian people that wanted this peace process to come to a term and to finish with justice. And this justice was something amazing. Think about so many years of conflict, not 6 months, but to think about things to try in one side or the other. And finding that again, in this great venue created with the committee, with the choosing committee, I haven't heard that word before. I heard it maybe this time, but it happened like that. We did the selection process. We took into account the job environment, and everything was transparent. They said, you might present your names to this email address. The names of all the candidates are going to be published, and we are going to receive within a specific term remarks or comments or observations about each one of the candidates. And concerning the pre-selection, we are going to have interviews that are going to be public. Not on a theater, but through a TV channel. So you can't believe the names were published, and we received around 1,800 to 2,000 commentaries. Something amazing. We had a group working, and we found great things, praises, criticisms without any basis sometimes. But, for example, they say, this person in this thesis made a dissertation talking about Goering or some others. Look at the dissertation. Some things were interesting to be seen. But it was a participative process that enriched a lot the transparency of the selection process and the choosing committee on the things that we had to do. So the privilege of being able to be in this process was amazing. And seeing how the peace process was set into motion. And this process, of course, has to deal with justice. Because in an internal armed conflict, we have victims. We have a wide range of victims or situations that happened that probably you know, and that requires justice, that requires redressing, requires answers from independent courts. And this is a moment where we have to talk about this, of something that comes in my, as being the special rapporteur of the United Nations until not too long ago, is how the justice is outside from the decisions of the political power or economic power is something essential so that this decision can be equilibrated, weighed, and especially recurred. If someone is not, doesn't agree, can they effectively appeal depending on the legislation of each country. That's why United Nations from the 80s has had a rapporteur, now we have a female rapporteur, to evaluate that there is a legal independence, judicial independence everywhere, and also thinking essentially in the political power.
In the process of appointment and the process of the functioning, where we need to have some independence before the political power. However, the world has evolved, or maybe devolving, in the way that we have come across new criminality and organized crime situations that are more, let's say, novel, in the way that we need to rethink the process of appointment and also the process of indictment, where we need to consider the factical power and to see how the organized crime comes up to be. In multiple countries of Latin America, including Peru, is a country where the organized crime forces are relevant forces for different sorts of decisions, legal decisions, the prosecutor's decisions, and so on. And here we have seen different scandals around these issues that sometimes end up with the different depurations in order to clear the landscape. But as the special rapporteur on legal independence, I believe, and it is important to talk about all of this, in spite of all the different treaties that we know on human rights, I told the General Assembly of the United Nations that there is a treaty on human rights that is not called that doesn't have this name, but it's the Convention on the Convention on corruption, because the great corruption is transnational. And even though it is not on human rights, it requires the legal cooperation between prosecutors and judges from one country and another, requesting extradition orders or recording or requesting information. And without that, this convention wouldn't work out. So without this legal independence, we wouldn't get to these hopeful outcomes that we can get into these transnational affairs in countries such as ours in Latin America, where we are, let's say, with the beautiful Andean mountains, where we have access to the Amazon forest. We're also immersed in problems of organized crime. For example, Colombia and Peru are producing the same illegal crops, and it is sometimes difficult to take some distance from this legal independence. And in that sense, we need to fight against corruption. And when we fight against corruption, it's not only an ethical affair, but it's also part of justice. So now to go back to the central issue that convinces us today here, that is fascinating, which is transitional justice, I would like to pay my due respects to how this transitional justice has worked in a country of an amazing historical debt in this country. And this debt has caused many victims that are claiming for justice, that are claiming for reparation. And then you may say that it is like dripping a drop on the ocean. But what we've seen here in Colombia, it is incredible, because they've moved forward step by step with very steady decision-making, where they have managed to find some important strides as to be useful not only for the country, but also to become reference worldwide, where they might find some common ground around the world. What you Colombians have done with the transitional justice is an example for the world that I believe it would be worth following close by in some other places around the world, because it tackles some important issues in terms of justice and transitionality, because here we find a way to find this reparation, because victims oftentimes don't find a reparation, and in the way that they believe or they deem fair or just. But here we have found some individual reparation, collective reparation, prevention as well. So these different situations are not repeated in time. So these situations, these awful situations, have not to be relived. And somehow, in some parts, it becomes an answer that has to do with access to that justice. As the special rapporteur on legal independence, oftentimes I had to say that there is no access to justice in multiple parts of the world. There is thousands of millions of people that cannot access the judiciary system because of different reasons, because of poverty, because of extreme poverty, lack of support, lack of legal support, lack of lawyers or attorneys. So this makes this topic to be very relevant and for them to access the justice system, and on the other hand, illegal and to reach this legal independence. So when you get to a country that has had a long-standing conflict, such as Colombia, where there's been lots of suffering, forceful disappearance, forceful displacement, and massacres, you may think that finding a solution to that through justice might be quite difficult. However, finding a way that is not the minimalist way, that means let's forget about it with an amnesty law and let's forget about it all and let us focus now, let us become Francis the Pope here, that would be a way out. But there was another way out, which was finding an institutional response that could be sometimes deemed as something to be diminished. But that, however, hasn't happened and will not happen, because what we have seen, thanks to your eyes, the Colombians' eyes, in this, in regards of everything that you had here in Colombia, has been exemplary to the rest of the world. It is transparent, and it allows the system to find a channel to respond to those demands that didn't have any other way to find any sort of solution. And sometimes they might not respond to the moral or ethical or economical reparation that the victims were expecting, but this anyway opens up an opportunity towards the future. And now that we see that this transitional justice was not only made up with absolute transparency, it was absolutely spectacular to see that we received more than 2,000 comments, that we managed to exclude or to leave out just a couple of candidates, and that we could move forward to a public interview process that was a very, very, let's say, important process. So the whole world and Latin America has a lot to learn from this Colombian experience, which is a deep commitment, and it is an ethical commitment that you now have, and this transitional justice, which is an splendid work of this Colombian society, is something that you need to keep on working on to see how you can make the best out of it. And to all of the magistrates that made up this transitional justice is just magnificent. And I'd like to conclude my remarks by thanking you for your generosity and by your kindness of having me here today. And Ramiro has been the promoter of my talk here today, and to be here at the National University of Colombia, here in this auditorium, this wonderful auditorium. And on top of that, by the end of today's event, we are going to have a wonderful concert. So my deepest message of congratulations to all of you, and my most fraternal greetings to the transitional justice of Colombia that embodies the best values of democracy and respect to human rights. And I think that it represents that the whole world has to learn from this experience, so we can follow your example, and we can see the democratic Colombian example. So please be proud of that. Take some pride in it. Thank you very much for your attention.
Gracias.
Thanks a lot to Dr. Diego Garcia Sayan. His contributions are key to understand that the legal independence is not only a guiding principle of any state of rule of law, but also a right. It is now my honor to welcome to stage Mrs. Mo Blecker, who is the special Assistant of the United Nations for the responsibility of protecting. Please be welcome to stage.
Muchas gracias. Es con mucha emoción.
Thank you very much. I'm deeply moved to be here on this stage. I am deeply honored and I am humbled to be on this place of wisdom in the presence of the Leon de Grave auditorium, of the soul of Leon de Grave in this auditorium. And before all of you, I'm going to apologize for my very weak Spanish. And I'm also going to tell you that I'm an anthropologist. So I'm gonna be going in circles, but I'll try to do the best of this intervention. I am here in my position as the special advisor to this General Secretariat of the United Nations from this perspective of prevention and protection, but I also have my backpack with, as a backpacker after visiting multiple places around the world in terms of transitional justice, especially with you, HEP, where I have conducted many different reflections and deep relationships after everything that we've gone through. To start with, I'd like to say that I have witnessed the humongous task that you have undertaken from day one after the creation of this special jurisdiction for peace in order to find the truth, justice, and guarantees of non-recurrence. I can attest that nowadays Colombia is implementing the process of transitional justice at its highest holistic, comprehensive quality from its very design till its implementation. So congratulations and my deepest respect to that. I can also attest that amongst many other contexts, this transitional justice has had different implementations in the context of post-violence. In Colombia, however, the level of violence in the country, and as much as the level of the illegal actors has increased after the signature of this peace accord. So this increases the level of expectation before the special jurisdiction for peace that sometimes it may have to do with some things that might be external to the own HEP's mandate that was drafted when it was first created after the peace accord in 2016. And additionally, I need to acknowledge the high level of expectations towards HEP. And there is also lots of impatience regarding the results that must be delivered to the public society in regards of the indictments as well. So the challenge for an institution such as HEP, a transitional institution with some limited time frame, it is incredible to see how to govern and how to produce some outcomes with this highest efficiency. And that, let me tell you, is very complex. All of this poses with lots of complexity that we need to tackle with serenity and in a systematic and realistic way. However, it all has been guided by a joint understanding, and you have been done so perfectly. Historically speaking, the transitional justice, and now I'm going to switch my hat to the anthropologist hat, this transitional justice tries to find a response to the atrocities of the world, trying to find a solution to avoid its repetition, having in mind a sui generis approach, acknowledging what has happened and its consequences, having in mind the different accountability measures to be taken. And when I talk about this, I'm talking about different processes to create a new theoretical, ethical, and social framework, a new level or sense of identity in a joint society where we want to create a new sort of relation between society and state and amongst different communities. In other words, this is the management, the constructive management of diversity. In order to achieve so, we have learned that today, today we have learned that from those decades of practice of transitional justice, we have learned that we need a holistic sui generis approach for each of these processes of transitional justice that have to be mutually complementary to find the truth and justice and the non-recurrence measures. So that means that this is more than the addition of each of them individually. So today, hundreds or dozens of hundreds of transitional justice have happened throughout the world. These have been formal processes that have had more or less political power, and some informal processes that try to create the conditions for formal processes to actually happen. And we have collected a series of success stories, but also some failures with some information, some databases that have been created by scholars and research centers. So here you can see that for example, in 2010, there have been compiled or collected more than 2,000 experiences of different nature. And with all of this, with the justice and the depuration, the administrative depuration, and all of the different transitional justice implementation activities, without any sort of resolution, and with some qualitative research, having in mind the participation of victims, or sometimes not deeming the participation of these victims. So regardless all of this, we can see that there isn't a single model. There isn't models, but we do have experiences, pilot models, success stories, failures, and lessons learned. We have some very impacts, but also some lack of impacts as well. So my first suggestion would be to stop using the word model in each of our reflections whenever we talk about the transitional justice. We should reinvent ourselves, because whenever we talk about a model, it is useless. It is not useful to manage the expectations or to think about the strategic outcome that we should achieve in each of the contexts that is related to the history, society, culture, state, victims, perpetrators, and so on. And so the limited time and the limited resources that we have. So we should stop thinking in terms of limitations, and we should focus on some specific key questions, such as what is the ultimate goal of this comprehensive process of truth, justice, and non-repetition? What are we after with this process? And thinking about HEP, what should be the ultimate goal of this justice to be delivered by HEP, and how to think about these indictments in order to have a different sort of relation in the way that we connect with communities and the way that the society and state are connecting to each other. So how are we going to manage those atrocities, and how are we complying with the international standards and with the strategic objectives of the transitional justice in order to transform our society, and how to do so? And what could be the quality indicators and the pertinence indicators for the victims themselves, for the communities that have been impacted by this armed conflict, by these defendants as well, and having in mind the very strict time frame that we have in this context. And that is something that happens in every single context of transitional justice. So what is and what should be the strategic legacy of HEP, that HEP should deliver the country once it finishes its mandate? So these are some of the questions, or this is kind of a core questions that we should be asking ourselves. And of course, the responses may change, having in mind the time, the moment, and where we're at, and what the society is like at every single moment. And the responses could always be adapted to different turbulent contexts. However, those questions could be used as a way to connect ideas. So in that sense, the transitional justice is not and cannot be a tailor-made, cannot be a specific and copy-paste solution. And the core itself of the transitional justice, there is a coexistence of two forces, and sometimes they might be understood as contradictions, the centrality on victims, but also the centrality or the focus on the defendants, who both have different reasons and different logics. So how to play around with these different reasonings. And there is another question on how to create these ownership conditions and how to design a transitional model, a transitional justice model that is going to strengthen the capacities of the state. Not the institution, not the transitional institution, but the capacities or capabilities of the state, and together with the other state institutions in order to prevent violations and violences and in order to protect the common well-being. And I'd also like to highlight in this universe the imperative need of dismantling the ideology and the material conditions that first opened the place to this second agent or to this second less human situation that we could annihilate. So the creation or the permanence of this fair warfare, I am deeply convinced that this is one of the key core or key tasks that we have in any transitional justice. Think of Kenya, think of apartheid, think of the hatred speeches at the Balkans, even though there was an international court there. Think about Guatemala and its genocide, its truth commissions, its lack of truth, and its permanence of racial violence against indigenous population without deeming even what's going on nowadays. So if we do not achieve dismantling the justification of this social reasoning at the institutional level, at the structural level, in the way that we have this otherness, if you allow me to use this word, there won't be peace, justice, or development, or any other positive dynamic to be long-lasting in time. In this line, I'd like to ask you what sort of indictments would be more pertinent? How to maximize the satisfaction of the victim's needs and the quality of the reintegration of the defendants? What sort of indictments or processes would contribute best to dismantle the culture of hatred and the justification of violence? We cannot forget that, historically speaking, this transitional justice was raised with multiple expectations, and even sometimes they are deemed as incompatible depending on where it's coming from. So just to put it simple, on the one hand, justice or stabilization in this international jargon, we could say that the criminal international justice in some context was overwhelmed by the massive amount of atrocities. And metaphorically speaking, this justice will delegate responsibilities, so to speak, with different criteria. We should find the highest ranking perpetrators. We should respect the rights of the victims in order to avoid dangerous incidents in the future. And so we can implement it so this justice can actually protect and prevent future incidents, and also to find an indictment for the highest ranking perpetrators. I have only 3 minutes left. So, siding on those who think on how to transform society, they see this differently. This transitional justice should not only accept the legacy of the atrocities by putting together all these concepts of truth, justice, and non-reparation, but it should do it in such a way that the structural, cultural, sociological, and ideological conditions amongst the different communities get to change in such deepness that it will also re-signify violence, but it would also create a new understanding of the other, not as the enemy, and it would re-empower the relation between state and society. We have so many expectations and so many dilemmas and so many frustrations that are inherent to any of these sort of processes with transitional justice, and all of these dilemmas have to do with limited time frames and lots of limitations, but it also has to do with the long-standing temporality that a change in the mindset of a whole society may require. And what I've said before is not contradictory at all, but ideally speaking, they could be complementary to each other if desired so. So that's why we should have in mind the goals of these dilemmas and to assess all of this in the light of this transitional justice and to find a consensus on that. And just like Roberto Vidal, the president of HEP, said it himself, this is a collective process and the collective intelligence will contribute to that means. I would like to close my remarks by raising some other remarks, and I'd like to conclude with a poem that I will read in English because I don't have it in Spanish, but it represents, I think, the vision of what this transitional justice was created with. It puts together the spirit of this transitional justice. And I think this represents the ultimate horizon of this responsibility of preventing and protecting with that approach of rehumanization, of perceiving ourselves as members of the same community, members of the same humankind. And that's what I believe we need to uphold today, and that's what the Special Jurisdiction for Peace in Colombia is doing, and that's what I think we are all called upon. For those of you who won't understand this in English, there is a translation into Spanish, so you can check into it.
Lo escribió durante la guerra de Vietnam.
James Baldwin wrote this poem during the Vietnam War, and when you listen to this poem, please think about any other warfare around the world or any other genocide or any other ethnical cleanse that is going on in the world right now. So hopefully we never have to see this again because we don't have enough tears over this.
Village is my hometown, and every dead child is my child. Every grieving mother is my mother. Every crying father is my father. Every home turned to rubble is a home I grew up in. Every brother carrying the remains of his brother across borders is my brother. Every sister waiting for her sister who will never come home is my sister. Every one of these people are ours, just like we are theirs. We belong to them, and they belong to us. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Agradecemos especialmente.
We kindly thank the conference of Mrs. Moblica. On top of that, we want to let you know that at the entrance of the auditorium, we have two billboards with QR codes that take you to the contents of the of the conference, especially to the digital version of our book they have seen from its judges. We have magistrates from HEB that are talking about their vision on the most important topics of the last years of work. Next, we are going to start with the first panel of the session. We kindly invite the magistrate Sandra Rocio Gamboa, who is going to be moderating the panel, who join us here in the area. She's part of the Appeals Court of the Tribunal for Peace. We also invite Leonora Arteaga Rubio, Director of the Program of Transitional Justice of the Foundation for Due Process of El Salvador in Central America. And also Sofia Maja, President of the Civil Association Paths of the Memory of Peru, and Andrés Sebastián Romano, teacher of archaeology of the National University of Tucumán in Argentina. Please be welcome.
Adelante, magistrada.
Magistrate, the floor is yours.
Buenas noches. Muchas gracias. Buenos días a todas y a todos.
Good morning, everybody. I have invited to be here with the joy of being in our own home with the colleagues, defenders, the human rights defenders that are with us in this panel. I'm a graduate of the Universidad Nacional de Colombia, and I'm completely pleased of being able to share this beautiful moment in my alma mater. Sofia is a doctor in sociology, president of the Civil Association Paths of the Memory in Peru, is a master on gender studies, president of the Path of the Memory and the memorial The Whole That Weeps, expert of the independent group of people Paranac, Nicaragua, OAS, CIDH, consultant of United Nations for justice, transitional justice processes like Libya, Yemen, Tunis, Colombia, and other additional experiences. She's also the president of the group of redressing in Peru, commissioner of Truth and Reconciliation of Peru from 2001 to 2003, president of the Truth Commission for the Solomon Islands, representative of the civil society in the dialogue table as executive secretariat of the group of human rights and the executive international committee of international amnesty. Sofia, the floor is yours. So we have the colleague Leonora Arteaga Rubio, who is the director of the Program of Transitional Justice of the Foundation for Due Process. She is a lawyer from Salvador. She is a representative of an organization located in Washington with an office in El Salvador. Also leads the program of transitional justice and the fight against impunity, and she works in these topics in the region, especially in Central America. From 2018 to 2023, she was a commissioner of the National Search Unit for people considered as disappeared in the armed conflict in El Salvador as an appointment by the El Salvadorian government as an ad honorem title. Before creating the Due Process Foundation, she also worked as a liaison procurator for children and youth under defense of the human rights. That is the office in El Salvador, and was working in other civil society organizations in the criminal work, as well as with the Inter-American System of Protection of Human Rights in cases related with transitional justice, rights of childhood, and public safety. And finally, we have also Andrés Sebastián Romano, who is an archaeologist and professor on archaeology at the National University of Tucumán, Argentina. He was born in Buenos Aires. He's an archaeologist and teacher on this work that we have, and is finishing and this has worked in the archaeology Foundation of Identity of Tucumán. From 2020, has participated in international network of studies on exception states and state terrorism, REDEC, Spain. And from 2002 until the date, has been an official expert of the Court number 2, participating in the archaeological digging of the clandestine Vargas well, mass grave, in the terrible operative independency that was made in the last dictatorship in Argentina. Has worked with some legal expert statements looking for latent blood in clandestine detention centers for torture and extermination on the things that we call the state terrorism. Also is integrating the Provincial Commission for the Prevention of Torture on behalf of the civil society, and until now has published several articles, 16 investigation articles on specialized magazines on the matter, as well as 8 chapters from books. As members of them has received acknowledgement of the work as defender of human rights and on the hunt of memory, truth and justice. Among them, we have the acknowledgement of the Honorable Legislator of Tucumán, the Chamber of Representatives of Tumanchaco, the Municipality of Tapi Viejo, Directive Board of the National University of Tucumán, and has received the Olga Marquez de Andrade's accolade, Memoir of the Struggles of 2005. Please all be welcome. As we have seen strongly with the different interventions, the polyphonies about the transitional justice, the restorative processes, and the very own dynamics of each one of you, it talks about highly complex processes. In a prior conversation, for example, Sofia was talking about the relationship between the transition processes and the defeated ones in the conflicts or in the repression stages. She remembered that in Peru she was facing the defeat of Shining Path, and after that the defeat of Fujimori, specifically due to corruption, something quite keen to the observations of Dr. Diego. This also makes difficult to necessarily rate the results of the transitional justice processes of the peace accords and the democratization processes as well. That's why I would like, Sofia, as a context, if you can tell us a bit about this transitional process that you have joined and the transcendency in other judicial processes that you have followed. Thank you so much. Thank you. Good morning. I'm pleased to be here with this great preamble of the meaning of this auditorium and this university. I'm coming from the San Marcos University, that is the oldest university of America. So we're really pleased of being here. I'm really pleased of being part of this. The context, yes, in Peru, when we had the transition, and that is a particularity that sets apart from the Colombian case. It's also a change in the power. It finished with the power. It finished the power that Fujimori had at that time, the power that the armed forces had at that moment. And it ended up with what we saw, that enormous corruption system was unraveled, not due to the violations of human rights that had happened during the conflict in Peru, but they have an enormous importance that states why a truth commission was created, because these military take attention to what the civil society was demanding. And in the transition period, we have the looking at the democracy, the response to the things that had happened during the armed conflict. That has a historical agenda of human rights, but also of the people, of the relatives of the people that had disappeared. So asking for a truth commission was essentially to the disappeared parties, and this commission came to fruition. I think that the most relevant of this process of the Truth Commission was to unravel and to show a part of the conflict that was denied, that was the crimes that were perpetrated by the government forces. Before the Truth Commission, we had Shining Path and MRTA. And what the Truth Commission does is that it opens the space to what had happened with the intervention of the state in the fight against subversion. That was something very important because it has meaning in the post-CVR and also in how we have managed to have reconciliation in the country. The military forces have never forgotten that as they have won the war because they have defeated Shining Path, they have defeated MRTA. In the Truth Commission has proven, has shown 120 massacres that were the responsibility of the state. In parallel, I think it's important also to give us a context to point these out, to know the resentment, the offense by the armed forces with the Truth Commission and the political parties. All the conflict for these 20 years were governments that were chosen, that they always could stop the violence. They were able to stop the crimes, and they just turned a blind eye. The governments were going to other places, and they sent the armed forces just to defeat Shining Path and MRTA, and they were just pointed out in our report from the Truth Commission as responsible parties, as they haven't stopped the violations when they could. I think that these talks about the fights and the disputes that happened after the presentation of our report. I don't know if that could be a context that can help you. But I think that the Truth Commission is the most thorough report that we have in the country about the internal armed conflict until now. Thank you so much, Andrés Sebastián. From all the work that you have done on the search for truth, the search for the gathering of or finding the people that have taken as disappeared in the context of the last dictatorship and in a specific area as Tucumán, can you tell us what has been your experience from these practices, from these transition practices, and if you have found a relationship with the restorative and redressing practices? Thank you. Thank you so much. First, let me thank everybody for the presence, for the help, for the invitation. And according to what you were mentioning, I would like to clarify that the transitional process that we did in Argentina has been based on taking to trial the responsible parties. We were pioneers on the taking to trial the responsible parties, not within the context of a war or an armed conflict, but instead a genocide, as it has been said. Some have talking about crimes against humanity, but we're talking about violent situations from state terrorism. The state is exerting the violence against society or against part of the society. In this sense, our work basically is collaborating with the justice as experts, with the federal justice, to provide from archaeology, that is a discipline that looks for things, but also is looking for absence of things. And through things, tries to give a presence to these absences. Following this train of thought is that we do what we do. And in my participation happened in several areas. First thing that I wanted to highlight is that this is a collective work. Archaeology is a collective work, but beyond this type of gigs, it always has to be done jointly. We cannot do something alone. It's something that is mentioned repeatedly. So the work of the collective and memory of Tucumán has also the input and was one of the experiences of working with the very same victims, either whether they were filing suits or not, but we always work from the digging, recovering the remnants, the processing of those remains, cataloging, and later restitution of some of the victims that were identified. We always work with their relatives because that gave us the tranquility and the support to be able to move onward and to feel that we were doing things good because we were learning from the things that we were doing. My specific experience, and the one that I would like to talk the most, has to deal with something for us to understand. The Vargas well is a clandestine mass grave that through the archaeological work that we did as a team, talking about the legal filing and working with the anthropology work and the genetics work, we were able to retrieve, to have a dimension from the 28 to 32 meters deep. We ended up in the 40 meters to think that they were no more. We had profiles of 149 people in a very narrow place, in a private hacienda, something that was new for the country. These 149 people that were victims of the dictatorship that we had. 119 were identified by name, and we have restituted the remnants to the families. This part of the work we collaborated as archaeologists. Especially, my experience is based mostly on taking back to the families and restitute as a way to redress, to close that wound, as they said, the clothing, all the clothing that was with the parties. That means all the parties that we were able to find, 260 garments and other legal archaeological things that were found. I think that our work has to be done and is focused on taking the families back to the garments and the biographies that they can tell us, the narratives that those things can provide us about the victims that are voiceless now, because there were people that were kidnapped, tortured, and murdered, and then thrown into this mass grave. So it's a project, Coming Back Home is the one that highlights the most on finding the well. Finding the well was also redressing because there was no evidence of this place existing. It was a myth, and their relatives started building work with us and finding this well and giving a new meaning to subvert this, to change it from a place of pain, of anguish, of death, to subvert it and to transform it into a place where we commemorate by planting trees, in a place of life, a place of reflection, and giving a purpose for that search. So that is something that we have tried to do here. Thank you so much, Andres. Now, Leonor, El Salvador is in the current debate. In the transition, how this transition was developed, what has been your experience in that context?
Ahora sí.
Okay, it seems that now it's working. Thank you so much for the opportunity of being in this marvelous university home with such a young audience, and also with a public with a commitment in a country that is trying to redress, to rebuild after an armed conflict so long, and with innovative proposals. And the world has set its eyes on this. So a large deal of the world has also put their eyes in El Salvador for other reasons that we will talk more in depth later on. But now I'm going to talk about El Salvador, about 30, 40 years. El Salvador is a small country, also for you to have a perspective of the numbers we have, is the smallest country of Latin America and keeps certain similarities with the Colombian context. We lived a war that was really gruesome, really terrible, some state terror, officially a 12-year-long war from 1980 to 1992, but we know that it started at least the 70s, and this war ended with a peace agreement, the first peace agreement of the region that was fostered by the United Nations, also the first time that the United Nations in Latin America was involved in a peace agreement, and that later on had a mission, a reconnaissance or follow-up mission for the compliance of these peace accords. There were some interesting good things that happened, and some gray areas as well from this agreement that have huge impact in El Salvador until now. First, the peace accords had three successes. First one is a complete ceasefire between the guerrilla that was represented by what we know that FMLN, that is a group of five guerrilla forces, and the government. Second, we had the incorporation of FMLN to the political life, a democratic perspective. On the one hand, with the reinsertion processes of former combatants, but also transforming FMLN in a political party and a political project that is legitimate, that then years later on had some seats in the Congress and even came to the presidency of the country. And third, we achieved the disarm of the country and also transformation. I don't know if transformation is the word, or important changes in the institutionality. We reformed the Constitution to give floor to a new selection process of the high courts, a new structure of the Supreme Court. We created institutions like the Ombudsmanship for the People, where I worked as well, a new national civilian police, and several reformations geared towards reducing the participation of the armed forces and to subdue them to the civil power. What wasn't properly done? What didn't work out from the peace accords? Unlike the Peruvian case, the peace accords were given between two parties that had the power, two parties that came to the negotiation without being defeated. Not the military defeated the guerrilla or vice versa. So they came with their agenda, with their request, and the peace accords were basically a pact between those elites. Also, besides that pact aimed on the one hand, the FMLN wanted on the one hand to seize the power, was aspiring for the power in the country, and on the other hand, the government geared with militaries and the great capital at that moment, they wanted to preserve the privileges and the economic model. And they did it. Both achieved their goals. But what happened? What kind of consequences do we have with this? The peace accords were also a silence pact of the atrocities that both groups had perpetrated, and they leave behind the hopes of the victims of terror. They leave behind several sectors that were important to be able to pinpoint the results of the accords and having a sustainable peace. So what happened? Two things happened afterwards, clearly, quickly. This accord, first we have a truth commission, something very important, a commission that was also part of the accords, that worked in a short period of time, from 6 to 8 months. This commission provided a report that for the first time in Latin America, it was a commission that dared to give name and last name, to put a face to responsible parties for the apparatus, the power apparatus that was before the serious violation of human rights. The Commission ended up concluding that 87% of the human rights violations were the responsibility of the state, 5% of guerrilla, and the rest paramilitary forces. And as I said, it was a report that they weren't expecting, the parties were not expecting, and they tried to boycott, but in the end it was striking, and the people didn't like that. So what happened afterwards, after this report was published, the Congress of El Salvador had an absolute amnesty law that hindered the people to talk about the crimes against humanity, one of the worst amnesties that was held for almost 27 years in the country, and then in a greater extent gave the floor to the El Salvador for the impunity that is known in the world. Thank you so much. Andres, there is an attention that has to be given to the transitional processes between those that are known as victims, that have to be real, have to be centered, material, and especially binding with the non-repetition, and who consider that the victims have to work with their rights, not to be hoping that every case is going to be processed or is going to be catered or answered, or all the contents are going to be reached. How do you see in this type of dynamics of the transitional processes in Argentina, how it happened? How did you feel the importance or the limitation for some that are necessary of the rights of the victims, especially considering how long had happened from the last dictatorship until now? Well, one of the great problems that you mentioned is time, and especially the legal time and archaeological time. The digging of the Vargas as well was really complex on technical terms. That means that we have been working for over 20 years on these to have it finished. And the participation of the relatives and the victims is not a total or full consensus. There is an emblem of many people, of many places. A political emblem is that they were left alive and they are coming alive and they are not participating of this type of works. And it's understood. It's a decision of this collective of relatives. But in Tucumán, something that has happened is that being a province that is 1,300 kilometers away from the central city, with meager support from the national state, the families, the relatives have supported hardly. And it was positive for us to know that we counted with their support, with their in-person support, with being able to guide each one of the paths and decisions that were taken. Just to give you an example, an anecdote, justice as a body, when they came to the digging and we had to do the legal filing, as it was mentioned, when they were facing the people that were seeing these filings that were happening, we had to think that we had legal forces. It can be the justice officers that are helping. We have the legal forces, the bodies or the secretariat, and they said that we are going to the kidnapping, or the filing in English, but the name in Spanish was kidnapping, as they had a kidnapping 30, 40 years ago. They were having this grieving due to kidnapping, as they said. So the participation was essential so that they could effectively change that jargon, that vocabulary that was used. And in the Vargas one, we're talking about the acts of recovering evidence. And I think that it was very important, a very good learning from the justice, from us, and we as archaeologists. And I think that was a teaching of the relatives. So to me, it's positive.
It might be negative when not all the family members are in agreement, or not all the different human rights organizations are in agreement. For example, the project that I told you about for the restitution of the piece of clothing that tries to make all of these as evidence for them to actually open up a new lawsuit so they can use all the evidence as part of, for example, part of these investigations, for example, in the case of Doris Salcedo. So this could become tangible evidence of what happened as a way of non-repetition for the future generations and for the society itself. So not all families are in agreement. So in that sense, we need to mediate in this tension of what's there to be shown and not to be shown. And to do so, as we said before, we need to be working collectively. We need to be creative enough in order to get to know how to show all this up. And I think that, at least personally speaking, part of the reflections that we came up to is that it was very positive to have the presence of the victims in this process, because there are some things that you need to overcome, and there are some other things that you need to deal with, and there are some times that you need to accelerate in order to respond to their needs. But that's pretty much what we need. So these help us out to think about the different hardships that you may have in the process. Thank you very much. And now for you, Sofia, what's your take on this debate between the victims' participation and the different processes of transitional justice? I didn't do anything, I promise. Well, one of the things, and the first thing that you can actually get to in positive terms with this process, with the Truth Commission in Peru at least, is that it enabled a democratic moment for the victims, that most of them in the rural areas were secluded. They didn't speak any Spanish, and where the state has, let's say, a very weak presence. So for the very first time, they managed to be seen, to be in the spotlight. So that's, I think, a first achievement of this Truth Commission, to enable this democratic space in the country that was unfortunately closed with the Truth Commission. But let's say having them, or having opened the public scenario for them, was something very meaningful. And the second aspect, I'd say, is the fact itself of creating this Truth Commission. And in that case, I would like to say that those who were, let's say, claiming for their rights would be deemed as terrorists. And in that sense, it would be important to, let's say, to meet their needs, because they have been impacted, and what they have been impacted with was a state affair, and it was a matter of public concern. So, and I think that's meaningful as well, and that was something that was managed through this process. And in that case, I don't think the Truth Commission didn't manage to have this hegemony in the Truth Commission report, and in the end of the process, we could see how this impacted a sector of the population that was the victims themselves. So for the victims in Peru, the Truth Commission is a milestone. It's a before, it represents a before and after in their history. So we don't talk the same way about our society. For example, with the public hearings, when we measured these public hearings and when we asked these victims to tell us what they thought about them, so these victims could go out to tell the rest of the society what they have gone through, there was a lot of empathy. In Lima, for example, they didn't know what war has meant in the rural areas, because in Lima we have, let's say, bombings, but in cars, but it was like different in comparison to the rural areas, because the armed agents were there in the street, in the jungle. So we managed to change the imaginary that there was in terms of outages or in terms of explosions in the city. But what's the limit? That's something that you should wonder, because we had these victims in these public hearings, and people who were listening to them would cry to them, would cry with them. But we didn't, with this exclusive process, we didn't manage to have this click or this connection, this link between the citizen, let's say, the common citizen and the victim. So once the public hearing was over, then they would go to Netflix and watch a sad movie, and they would cry anyway. So I'm telling you this because this is a long process that is not going to be, let's say, managed with a single truth commission, with a single endeavor. It entails much more. Another thing that I think, and it is important to mention this because it matches as well the transition process, where we needed to dismantle the whole the corrupt justice system that was led by Fujimori, and to work around the democracy. And actually, Diego was there as the Ministry of Justice, and actually remember all the different laws and all the different and the massive amount of laws and new regulations that were there that would violate the due process. So we needed to dismantle all these legal framework, and so we opened up this process that actually facilitated this transition moment in order to recover our democracy. So this was only part of it. All right, thank you very much. Okay, Leonor, yesterday you said something very interesting yesterday, a relation in the delayed participation of the victims in this sort of transformative processes, in these processes of construction and reconstruction of the memory, and also the failed changes in a country, in the economic model itself. So can you tell us a bit about that? Well, what I said is that with the peace negotiations and the post-conflict stage in our country, the victims' participation was very scarce, very limited. And the victims continued to work on their memories and their lifestyles and their suffering and their grievances in private. And there were different processes and how to work around the memories of these victims. But there was then another moment, what I call the Transitional Justice 2.0, which happened many years after, between 2013 and 2016. There were no, let's say, new time frames for this political sphere that actually enabled the discussion of this transitional justice. On the one hand, the government only up to that moment initiated a process or program of reparations for the victims, and then we created the National Institution for the search of disappeared people. Then, on the other hand, in El Salvador, having in mind our constitution, submitted the amnesty law. So with these two elements that were coming from the executive branch with their policies, and also this decision of the Constitutional Court, enabled new channels of communication for the victims. And this proved that the victims' energy and their need to be acknowledged, to be publicly acknowledged in terms of what they suffered, was right there. So that meant that even though time went by, the impacts of this violence was still there. And they didn't have any, and even though they didn't have any channels of communication to deal with those grievances. So even though this, let's say, this response was delayed, it was important, it was meaningful as well. The state internationally acknowledged its responsibility before the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights and some other international agencies, and there were some events in order to actually to ask for forgiveness for the massacres and tortures that had happened in the country. And this had a specific impact for the new generations. And in that sense, there were some specific memory construction movements that were led by youngsters, so that's positive. But on the other hand, for that specific moment, they already believed in the society to start with a clean slate, to think that even though they had committed the most horrendous crimes in their history, there was no consequence to any of those crimes, and there was no point for the victims to keep on fighting for their rights. And in that sense, they had internalized this narrative of the two bands, of the two parties of the conflict, and they knew that they had to get used to the silence. So this had created two specific impacts or effects in the society. On the one hand, the Salvadorian society didn't reject these authoritarian practices, these state terror-based practices, and that enabled somehow the acceptance of what El Salvador has nowadays, 40 years after. And secondly, the criminal justice in El Salvador, we didn't have any special jurisdiction, so let's say that the consequences of the conflict could be, let's say, addressed from the ordinary justice system. So it was not, it didn't respond to what it actually needed in the moment. So, and they started with some processes, but they didn't put an end to any of the sentences or any of the indictments. So it left people thinking that it was not as serious. Like everything that had happened there was not as serious as some people would deem, that it didn't require, that it wouldn't take any sort of moral reparation or any sort of reparation. That's why I truly believe that that's why I think that the reparation is important, and it is one of the things that we should achieve. Not the only one, though, but it is decisive for the non-repetition. Okay, we have just a couple minutes left. I don't know if anyone of you would like to add on with any comments or any opinions or remarks in regards of these transitional processes. I knew you were gonna raise your hand. I knew it. Okay, just only two things. First, in regards of the reparation, they've been there. We have already had this plan of reparations for 17 years. And in comparison to Colombia, that you have 17,000, we have much more in Peru. We have complied with 100% of the economic reparations. But if you ask the victims if they feel they were repaired, they would respond that they don't feel so, because we have lost the symbolic value of what every reparation should have, which is, first of all, the acknowledgement of the accountability or responsibility, and then the reparation of a state, because the state wasn't there to protect you. So if they open up banking accounts and they just fill these banking accounts with money, then they will say, like, okay, now you have some money in your banking account, and then they go to the national bank, they just firm a receipt, concept and that's it. But that's not reparation. That is something, this reparation has become a bureaucratic affair. And this has caused, let's say, we have invested millions and millions of dollars in reparation. However, they do not have the symbolic value of this reparation. Then a second idea that I would like to raise in regards of the victims is that this Truth Commission consolidated a subject called victim. And this victim was poor, secluded, and rural, which was almost 80% of the population. But there were some other sort of victims, such as the entrepreneurs that had been kidnapped. Thousands of local authorities that were killed, and they haven't felt as they are part of this unique record of victims, and I think that hasn't contributed to a process of reconciliation in the country. So yeah, it did consolidate a subject, let's say, a specific subject, but it forgot as well about other subjects. And then the third aspect, it has to do with the narrative with the militaries. Because as I was saying, the corporate agents are left out of this sphere, but they haven't apologized themselves either. So there hasn't been any formal, let's say, situation in which they have asked for forgiveness. But on the other hand, we have the militaries that have been deeply damaged by it, because some of them have ended up in jail, and the ones, for example, that violated the human rights. And there is no reparation for either of these groups. So there was no understanding. And if there is anyone in this, if we don't have anyone in the state or anyone in this institutionality that creates this dialogue, that creates this common understanding of the different narratives, then we have now two different blocks, two different, let's say, narratives. So we're using, let's say, this sort of narrative to attack each other. And in the last social protests that we had on the 22nd and 23rd, with the failed coup d'etat, they killed some of the Protestants, and this was deeply ethnical, and it had a very racial violence. So we could feel that the violence was coming back to our country. And nowadays, Sendero de Luz is not there in our country anymore. But these, let's say, these narratives, these strategies continue to be there. This strategy that is called terruqueo, and let's say that this is something that we accept because we're going to kill each other, and the other person is the enemy. And if it's the enemy, then it's okay to kill them. And that's something that it's not okay. That's something that's that's a pending task that is still there. And after 20 years of the life of the Truth Commission, it is something that we still need to discuss. Going back to what my colleague said in terms of this pending task, I think that Argentina has also repaired the victims, but economically only. We have also conducted some trials as well in order to honor justice, but there is still a deep social demand, which is to continue investigating the civilian participation in this dictatorship that we have. Either it is the financial or practical participation. So we have had some, let's say, some important aspects in that sense. And then you mentioned some things. So one of the biggest problems that we have nowadays in our country is rejectionism, and rejectionism coming from the state, because they don't accept the victims of the state, and even though they're there, and let's say they try to diminish what the human rights organizations have done so far, and they are now attacking the two pillars that are upholding this sort of works. And let's say the justice is a bit on the side, but it's attacking the public universities or public education and science and technology, which is the second pillar that supports this endeavor. So those are the biggest issues that we have nowadays, and the strategy that we're trying to use nowadays is to keep on working, keep on moving forward, and let's say trying to create some empathy with our society through, let's say, by giving some lectures at schools in order to have this knowledge transfer, so people get to know in terms of what happened in that specific place in our country. So that's what we have. Thank you very much, Andres. Leonor, is there anything you want to say? Well, El Salvador has got two very important challenges. The first one of them is that we need to have a lot of dialogue. We need to continue having these discussions. I love the way in which Colombia has held multiple dialogues in order to talk about the defendants, the perpetrators, the legal ways out, and how victims should participate. So there are multiple spaces to think and discuss these aspects. And this is something that we haven't had in El Salvador, and there is fear. We're fearful of speaking up again. And there is a collective trauma in our society coming from the past, that this trauma was never worked out, and it is, let's say, accumulated nowadays, because we can see how this state violence is being relived again. And then secondly, I think that the justice must be responsive. This criminal justice must be responsive and must respond to the expectations of the society, because we have the highest record in Latin America in for example, the massacre of Mozonte, and the amount of people that were killed in 2 to 3 days by the armed forces. So this is an eternal trial that seems to be never ending. And here we haven't found any sentence for the highest ranking perpetrators, but they are all the perpetrators, from the highest ranking minister till the soldier who actually took up the order. So this is just a sample, and this is the message that we want, that they're spreading around. If they can kill 1,000 people, then what can we expect from some other criminal forms? Okay, thank you very much. So I think it is evident now some of the challenges in regard to the transformations that these societies need to go through. You have highlighted some of the challenges of this state criminality, even in the present, and how this development of this transitional justice right now with this multidimensional let's say, nature, it has requested some responses before this sort of violence, and then we need to have some structural work with the victims from the very beginning, when they recovered the bodies of their beloved ones, up to the construction, to the process of memory construction that actually entails reparations in a comprehensive and structural way. So in as much of the democratic processes that must come after these moments, I'd like to wrap it up by saying that, and I'm sorry, Andres, that I'm going to take some of your words and your discipline, and I think that the transitional justice processes should become, let's say, in exercises or practices of the archaeology of hope.
I want to thank to our international guests and, of course, the moderation of the magistrate Sandra Rocio Gamboa. For adjustment on the time, we are not going to do a coffee break. We kind of invite everyone to drink a coffee on the time that you deem that you want to do it. But we are going to continue with the second panel. That is experiences of reparation, scope and reparation for the victims. In the moderation, we are going to have the responsibility chamber magistrate that is working here, but is going to be with us here in the booth. We invite the lecturers, Dr. Tekla Namanandla Wanyala, Director of the Shalom Center for Counseling and Development of Kenya, former President of the Truth Commission, Justice and Reconciliation from Kenya, and we also invite Habib Nazar, former Director of Politics and Investigation from Impunity Watch of the, the Netherlands, we invite you to come to the booth with us. Welcome.
Adelante, magistrado.
Ya para atrás, por favor. No lo oprimo. Sí. ¿Cómo se ve? Así, sin oprimirlo. ¿Sopen? Sí, sí, acá en la mitad, si quieres. Ahí ya está, ok.
Bueno, ahí se escucha.
Okay, can you hear me? Good. Well, we are going to continue with our panel. They already made the presentation of our distinguished guest for the session, for the meeting that is going to continue today. I invite you to come back to this place, to be with us, because we are going to change a bit our context. We just moved from the Latin American context. Please take your seats back again. And please be ready so that we can continue our conversation. Great.
Muchas gracias.
Okay, as we said before, we are going to change a bit our context, our analysis. We were coming from Latin American context, so I invite you to bring your devices for a simultaneous interpretation, because our guests are going to be talking in English. So I kindly invite you to think about other contexts so that you can locate yourselves at the northern part of Africa and even to the Middle East, because we're going to talk about experiences that they have had in Morocco, in Tunis, in Syria, and in Kenya. Briefly, we have already made a presentation of our guests, so I guess that we can start thinking how these political transformations happened in contexts that are so different from the Colombian one. Because when we always talk about transitional justice, we're talking, as we have said before, of something that moves the societies and that changes deeply the power structures in a society. And that happens in different contexts, and how these societies respond to these changes to create fairer societies, more democratic societies. And this happens all around the world. So we have two guests that are going to tell us about their experiences and the work that they have done in different contexts. So I would like to ask first to Habib Nassim Dazar, who has a great experience of over 20 years in countries of the Middle East, and until now was Director of Politics and Investigation on Impunity Watch, and has made an extensive investigation and advocacy on the efforts of the participation of victims in East Asia and the northern part of Africa. Has worked in Algeria, Egypt, Morocco, Syria, Tunis, Yemen. Has worked with the UNDP, with ACNUR, with the Center of Transitional Justice, and is also a member of the Institute for the comprehensive transitions and is working on several organizations for human rights. And he's going to tell us a bit about the experiences in Morocco, in Tunis, Tunisia and others. So I will invite you, Habib, if you can give us a bit of the context of the political transformation in these countries and the transitional justice mechanisms that were happening. Thank you. Some words in my poor Spanish. I'm really thrilled of being here with you, with all of you in this legendary auditorium with an audience of youth people, students, professors, and in this marvelous country that is Colombia. It has always been an inspiration to me and to everybody that works on transitional justice.
Oh, yeah, closer. Okay, so yeah, let me just now shift to English and answer your question. Obviously, and based on my experience working in a number of countries in the Middle East and North Africa, as you kindly mentioned, I've decided really to select a few countries whose experience is obviously different from Colombia, as you mentioned, but that probably have some relevance, mostly, I would say, in terms of the relation between political will and transitional justice processes, but also how victim participation does interact with the political will in order, one, to push for transitional justice measures, because in most of the experiences I will describe, the role of victims was key in pushing towards transitional justice, in accompanying transitional justice processes, and in fighting to preserve the legacy of these processes, which are actually today under threat in a number of countries, with reactionary efforts actually to basically, I mean, this is what governments say, to turn the page, you know, on the past and move forward. So I've picked first Morocco as one of the models. I wanted, or not a model, to follow what Mo said earlier. We shouldn't be talking about models, and I completely agree with that. But as an experience in the region that has been particularly important because it was the first experience in this region of transitional justice. And there, I mean, what was really striking is how efforts by victims who organized, who mobilized, to push for justice, to push for acknowledgement of the crimes of the past, to push for truth, to push for reparations, how these efforts were met by some form of political will from the head of state, who in Morocco is the king. And then the other example I would like to also briefly talk about is the example of Tunisia, which witnessed a regime change following the Arab Spring, or what was called back then the Arab Spring, which was this wave of popular uprisings in the region that led to the fall of a number of dictatorships across the Middle East and North Africa. In Tunisia, I mean, following a popular uprising that started at the end, actually, of 2010 and then continued through early 2011, the dictatorship of Ben Ali fell and was replaced by a new democratic system following democratic elections, and which did lay the groundwork for transitional justice and enabled the adoption of transitional justice law that included a number of mechanisms that go obviously from the creation of a Truth Commission, which was called the Truth and Dignity Commission, specialized criminal chambers to prosecute the most serious crimes, and the creation of what the law called the Dignity Fund to provide reparations to the victims. Unfortunately, in both contexts, the processes did face very serious challenges that I could describe, but I don't know if I should do it now or later on.
We can do it later on. So we can move to the context of, do you want to touch up on another country? Because you talk about Morocco, you talk about Tunisia.
Yeah, I will talk later on when we discuss victim participation about Syria more specifically.
Okay, perfect. So I think we can move on to make a big little introduction on the context of Kenya with Tecla. So I'm going to read your bio in Spanish. Nos acompaña Tecla. Spanish? Spanish, yeah. Tecla Namanchanja. Am I saying this correctly?
We have Tecla Namanchanja. She's part of the Shalom Center for Development in Kenya. She's a peace builder, globally known, an activist of human rights, and is a specialist on healing, on trauma healing of global acknowledgement, as we said before. She's a grantee on education and also the Kroc Institute of the Notre Dame Institute of 2023. She received the accolade of Peace Builder in 2019 that was given by the Center for Justice and Peace of the University in the United States. She was also nominated to the Nobel Peace Prize in 2005, and she was Vice President and President of the Truth, Justice and Reconciliation Commission of Kenya. She is an expert that we have the pleasure of having her joining us today in this meeting, and she has a lot of expertise in conflicts, on transitional justice, but also on social healing and trauma healing. That is an important part of her work. So Tecla, we were giving a short introduction to the contexts where we see the political transformations and the transitional justice mechanisms that were presented.
Talk a bit about the context, the political transformation in Kenya, and the transitional justice mechanisms that were implemented there, and particularly the Truth Commission that you had the privilege to be the head of.
Thank you so much. Is that better? Okay. I come from Kenya. Kenya is in Eastern Africa, for those of you who may not know. We border with Ethiopia, Somalia, Uganda, South Sudan, and Tanzania. Its capital city is in Nairobi. Now, historically, Kenya was a British colony. The British colonized Kenya from around 1885 to 1963, when we attained independence. And after we fought the War of Independence, we had the first general elections on self-governance in 1963. And they were contested under multipartism. But immediately, our first president took power. He abolished multipartism, and for a long time, Kenya was ruled under one party for almost 4 decades. And during this rule, there was a lot of repression of opposition. Many people were tortured, whoever opposed the government. Others were detained without trial. We had some politicians who were assassinated. We had massacres in some of our communities, especially in the Somalia community. We had ethnic clashes that led to displacement of the population. We engaged in what we called the second liberation of the Kenya, not just in Kenya, but African continent, when we had the civil society uprising. And through this uprising, we forced Kenya to change from one-party rule to multipartism. But unfortunately, most of the parties that were formed were along ethnic and regional level. And during our first multi-party general election in 1992, we experienced violent conflict. Same to the following general election, we have a 5-year cycle of general elections. Now, the first conflicts were experienced in 2007, where we had almost 3,000 people killed within a month. We had displacement of population and a lot of property destroyed. The African Union invited the mediation process of 3 eminent personalities led by His Excellency, the late Kofi Annan, and the former president of Tanzania, who is also led, and the first president of South Africa. So the team brokered a peace agreement, and in one of the agreements, they asked Kenya to deal with its own historical injustices and cross-violation of human rights. So we realized that the reason communities were fighting each other is again related to historical injustices. So a commission was formed with the mandate to investigate what I've shared that took place: extrajudicial killings, displacement. We also had quite a big population of Kenya or the region that was marginalized, and we had a lot of discrimination when it comes to the government giving services to Kenyans. Those who belong to where the president comes from had the best jobs, development took place, but the areas that were in opposition were neglected. So I happened to serve on this commission, but with a lot of challenges. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tekla. Now coming back to you, Habib. So maybe we can go back to Morocco and Tunisia in order to understand in this context that you were reflecting on how the transitional justice mechanisms were put in place, what type of mechanisms, and especially the role there of the civil society, because I'm really interested also in knowing, you talk about the monarchy and how this came, especially in Morocco, for instance, from the head of state. So what is the impact there if you think of monarchy and the relationship with the civil society, and how can this be developed?
No, absolutely. So, unlike other experiences in the region, Morocco's experience actually took place without a radical change in the regime. What happened is that the King Mohammed VI, who is actually the current king in Morocco, succeeded his father, Hassan II, who was actually overseeing a large or a broad system of repression in the country that saw widespread enforced disappearance, torture, but also collective punishment of a number of regions in the country that were considered as opposed actually to the king and to basically having a central government. So the accession to the throne of this new king, I mean, brought some opening. It's a reform, or back then the king was a reformer. I mean, probably less today, unfortunately. And his accession to the throne did bring some new space for civil society to be more active, and for our victims actually to mobilize and organize and advocate for justice. So in this same spirit of openness, the king back then, and I'm talking about the early 2000s, did actually show that he was ready to find a compromise with victim organizations, and from actually this sort of rapprochement between victims and the royal palace, we had a sort of a deal actually to create or to have a transitional justice process that included a truth commission and reparation program measures. Also, what came out of this sort of deal between both sides, and again, it shows how powerful victims can be when they mobilize and when they organize. Out of this deal, also, there was an agreement that victims would be at the center of this process. And indeed, I mean, half of the Truth Commission was composed of former political detainees. The reparation program, or programs actually, there was an individual reparation program and a collective reparation program. They were in many ways led and designed by victims of the repression. So they were at the center of this process. Obviously, what was lacking in this process was judicial accountability. And it appears that it was also part of the deal that this would be left aside for the moment, and actually it never happened in Morocco. Now, moving to Tunisia, there has been a radical change. As I mentioned, the previous regime was overthrown by the popular uprising, and what happened afterwards is a lot of interest from the international community to come and help, and there was a major push from a number of international actors actually to initiate a transitional justice process in the country. And they were met with some willingness, or some more than a willingness, I would say, some enthusiasm from the newly elected governing party, Ennahda party, which was in opposition, or actually was the target of repression under the previous regime, and that got to power following the democratic elections. There was some enthusiasm from their side actually also to engage in transition and justice. And this is the Ennahda party, and which is an Islamist party. So what we saw there is that this sort of political will was met with a lot of international mobilization, but what we also noticed, unfortunately, is that there was first that the process was rushed very much, and this was mostly under the pressure of some of the international actors involved, and that also very little space and time was left for the Tunisian civil society to start to mobilize, and for victims to organize and mobilize independently from the governing party. And what happened there is that in many ways the governing party started to speak on behalf of the victims, thinking that because they were targeted under the previous regime, they represented all the victims, when victims actually came from a diversity of political tendencies, and for many of them, they weren't even politicized. So in this context, what we saw is that to a large extent, the transition and justice process lacked local ownership and lacked legitimacy to some extent. And this has actually weakened the process from day one, because it started operating, and the law that was actually adopted, the Transition and Justice Law, that included the different components I mentioned, was perfect on paper. If you would show it to one of the so-called international transition and justice experts, they would tell you, oh, this is perfect. You got the holistic approach in there. You have criminal justice, truth-seeking, reparations, guarantees of non-recurrence, and so on. But in reality, I mean, it wasn't very compatible with I would say, the realities of the context, of the dynamics within this context. First, I mean, the country was in the midst of a transition with weak institutions that weren't yet ready, actually, to implement such a broad and complex law. This was one of the challenges, I would say. The second is that the country was also going through a difficult economic situation, and is still going through a very difficult economic situation, and which basically, and as a result also of the lack of legitimacy and ownership, got a number of people to denounce the law as a waste. I mean, given the financial situation of the country, and as a law that actually has been basically adopted to serve a specific constituency, which is the constituency of the party in power, the Ennahda party. And it did also generate a very strong polarization in the country between Islamists on the one hand and secular parties on the other hand, that actually, I would say, express itself through actually the different perspectives regarding the transition and justice process, which became perceived as a way for the party, the governing party, to serve its own goals and those voting for the party. Again, this is certainly the result of also the initial issue with this process, which is this lack of ownership, and then local ownership, and then support within the civil society. And today, the country is actually, I mean, since July 2021, the country is again back under an authoritarian government, following a constitutional coup, actually, by the president, who was himself democratically elected, but then once he got to power, he suspended all the institutions, including parliament, including the government, and then the constitution. And obviously, the transition and justice process suffered immensely from also I would say, the return of authoritarianism, and the fact that no one in the Tunisian society came to the rescue or came to defend this process, because from the very beginning they never felt connections with this process. Can I go on, or yeah?
Can you hear me? Yeah. You are saying so many interesting things, because I can relate to Colombia, so many of them, and others are so different from our country. So maybe we can move to Kenya on these issues that I would like to highlight, and then we go back to you, because you were saying something that we are very used here to hear about the perfection of the law in paper. Yeah, and it's something that's happening in Colombia also, like the perfection of the system. But when you are part of the system and you try to implement the system, you realize, also as you said, the reality of the context and the reality of the institutions. You also talked about the victims' power, the power of victims. And something that is very interesting here also is to find compromise. And I think that's part of the process that we are following up in Colombia. So I'm very interested in knowing how this happened in Kenya, actually, Tekla. These political issues, if the mechanisms that were put in place were thought to find some sort of compromise. Were the victims powerful in terms of the mechanisms that were implemented? Was the law perfect in paper or not? And how this was applied in reality, because you were the head of the Truth Commission as well. So what was the real experience there?
Thank you so much. Kenya has one of the strongest civil society in the region. And among them, we have Victims Network. And so from the start, it's the civil society that influenced the outcome of the mediation process. I remember immediately the team arrived, we pitched tent at the hotel where they were negotiating. And as women, the first thing we did was to get one of the women mediators. We took her side, and what we told her is, don't look at what is happening. Houses are burning, people have been displaced, but more important, let's look at the root causes of the violence that has bedeviled Kenya from independence. And so when it came to writing the bill that created the Truth Commission, again, it's the civil society together with the Victims Network that organized first meetings from countries that have implemented Truth Commissions. South Africa, Liberia, Sierra Leone, and others from this region. And so they encouraged us, we incorporated everything in the bill. When it came to selection of commissioners, again, we had representatives of every sector that interviewed us. And among them were human rights groups, religious institutions, and others. Now, when it came to implementing the report, I mean the mandate of the commission, again, we relied so much on the civil society because we had to reach most of those marginalized areas. And the only way we could reach there is to look at the structures that operate up to those levels. Religious institutions, like the Catholic Church, has all the structures up to there. When it came to writing the statement, we had to call upon those working with children to help us write the statement for the children. And as you know, Truth Commissions are victim-centered. So we put them at the center of every process. And so when it came to generating the statement-taking process, we had to ensure that within that, there was a section that talks about the recommendation, because a major aspect of a truth commission is the historical record and its recommendations. So from the start, we had to find out from the victims themselves what sort of recommendations they wanted us to put in the report. And when it came to the hearings, that is where, again, we put the victims at the center, because the atrocities that we were investigating, they had happened. We had human rights groups that had written about them, but we rarely got the voice of the victim, and that came during the hearings. It's one thing to read a report, a woman being raped, but it's another thing when this woman, who is now 80 years old, stands there and tells the public how that happened. That was very powerful. So all through, we ensured that the civil society was involved, and when the president gave us the chairman of the commission, who was implicated in one of the issues we're investigating. For example, he was the permanent secretary when his minister was assassinated. And we read the report that came to investigate that he was uncooperative. He was in an area, 3 days when he left, a massacre took place. All through he had denied, but we learned and we got the minutes that he was there. He benefited from illegal and irregular allocation of land. So when he was asked to step aside and the government was not ready to act, it's the civil society that was, and the victims network that were up in arms until when they forced the government to set up a tribunal to investigate him for us to continue with the report. And when it comes to now, the report itself, most of what we wrote is what we got from the statements from the victims, from the hearings, and from the research and investigations where the victims were involved. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tecla. You have talked something very important for the Colombian context about the power of putting victims at the center. And I think it's something that we have experienced here very strong in the special jurisdiction for peace. So I'm very curious to know, Habib, this is something that can be said about what happened in Morocco, in Tunisia, or even in Syria, putting victims at the center. How is the victims' participation in these experiences?
Definitely, I think the role of victims has been key in these three contexts. I mean, very much, as I said, in the Moroccan context, by pushing, I mean, towards in the adoption of justice measures, by actually engaging in this deal with government, with the monarchy, but also by accompanying the process throughout, from inside and from outside, because again, in victim participation cannot only happen within the institutions, they also need to happen in the civic space, in the democratic space. I mean, victims participate obviously by participating in I would say institutional or through institutional channels in the work of a truth commission, by attending hearings or by participating in trials and so on, but not only. I mean, victims have a role that go way beyond that. I mean, they accompany the process. They criticize this process if there are mistakes that have been committed, and they do it very often. So it is very important to see that victim participation should not be limited to this form of institutional participation, but that they should also benefit from enough space to continue to voice their demands, their vision, their perspective outside of the transition and justice institutions. So, and this did happen in Morocco throughout the process. The victims did create a sort of a national forum that was a little bit the joint voice of the victims. Despite their differences, they agreed on a common vision that was put forward by the Forum for Truth and Justice, which was it was a civil society actually group. It wasn't part of any of the transition and justice institutions. But then also, as I said, they participated in the different institutions. But also what was really striking and in the Moroccan experience is how they were involved in the collective reparations projects. And here, very interesting efforts were put in place, and this is where I would say in the international community did play a very positive and constructive role, probably unlike Tunisia, with support from the European Union. I would say local governance structures for the collective reparation project were put in place so that the inhabitants of the region benefiting from collective reparation could directly participate in shaping the different reparation measures that their region would benefit from. I mean, and this obviously did leave a very transformational legacy in these different communities that benefited from reparation, because I think it was the first time for them that they get to have a say in a public policy, and I think this was remarkable. Now in Tunisia, really quickly, as I said earlier, the role of victims initially remained really limited because they had a radical change in regime, and they didn't have, before the fall of the regime, enough space to organize. So, and they needed to be given the time to organize and mobilize to be able to participate in a strong way in a transition and justice process. Because what we have noticed across different contexts is when the victims are not well organized, are not yet ready to participate in transition and justice institutions, their participation remains this official or this formal participation remains pretty limited. So the stronger they are in the informal space, the stronger they are in the civic space, the stronger their participation would be in justice institution like the HEP or like truth commissions or official reparations programs. So this is why it is essential when thinking of victim participation to think about it both in the formal and informal spaces. And this takes me to the Syrian model. Syria, I mean, really very briefly, is going through a brutal war. There is both a civil but also internationalized war, where internally there is very little space for civil society and the victims to do much. But as a result of mass displacement of the population and the fact that a third of the Syrian population is living in neighboring countries or in European countries as refugees. This did offer them being in countries that have democracies like in Germany or in France, but also in Turkey to some extent, in Lebanon and so on. It did give them the space to mobilize, and they did mobilize, and they have conducted amazing advocacy for justice. And while knowing that very little can be achieved within the country, they have pressured the international community to do something. And again, this is an experience of pure activism, informal participation, no official channels for them to participate. And they pressured, for example, I mean, I would give a couple of examples. They pressured the UN General Assembly to act and create an independent institution to search for missing persons in Syria. And missing persons in Syria, their number is around 150,000. It's huge and major. So they got the international community to react and act, and an amazing resolution actually was passed. I don't think we have time for me to quote directly the resolution of the General Assembly, but it mentions victim participation and the fact that the work of this institution to search for the disappeared has to be victim-centered. It mentioned this 6 times. It's the first time in the history of the United Nations that so much emphasis is put on victim participation. But now the challenge, obviously, is to translate what is in this UN General Assembly resolution into concrete measures of participation, because often we have very strong participation on paper again. I mean, we are talking about what is in laws, what is in UN resolution, and concrete and practical measures. In the case of Syria, the good news is that the victims are super strong because they are super well organized. They actually directly sometimes contact the UN Secretary General, and they met with him once, and they have a dialogue open with his office. So to show you how strong it is, but again, I hope that now that this institution has been established, that they will also have the right measures in place actually to translate the language in the resolution into measures, structural measures, because the resolution calls for a structural participation and in the work of this institution. So the challenge would be how to translate this in something that is not simply tokenistic, like having a few victims around the table with limited influence. No, I think the challenge with victim participation is one, making sure that this participation is influential, that it can shape policy, that it can affect the functioning of an institution. This is one. 2, that also some structural, I would say, obstacles to participation and Sophia did mention some examples of that, the fact that rural populations don't always have access to the centers of power, or as a result of illiteracy, or because they don't speak necessarily the working language of an institution, because of all this limitation, but also because of a very strong gender-based discrimination in some societies, and Syria is one of them. Women victims don't always have the access they should have, I mean, or equal access to influence the work of such an institution. So I'll stop here. But if you have any follow-up questions, I will be happy to answer.
I have one that First, I want to move to the context of Kenya and related to what we are talking about, the participation of victims. You were saying that the report of the Truth Commission was made mainly with the accounts of the victims. And you were also asking for individual criminal responsibility to ascertain justice. So I want to know how that developed in the context of your work on the findings of the report. How is this issue now?
Yeah, the most unfortunate thing is that many victims had suffered without acknowledgement of the government. And when the government acknowledged to set up a truth commission and other accountability mechanisms, it raised the hope of victims that for once, its government was ready to listen to them, and that for once, it was committed to deal with the atrocities and repair what the victims and the communities had suffered. The most unfortunate thing is that because of the recommendations of the report, where we recommended a number of top-level government leaders to undergo further investigation that will lead to prosecution, they have shied away from acting on the report. We submitted the report in 2013. Up to now, the report is stuck in Parliament. This has really frustrated victims, some who are expecting reparation. Once again, while we thought that perpetrators of atrocities were going to face accountability, this has not happened. What has come close to accountability is through the Truth Commission, us holding former government officials to come and at least explain, like district commissioners who had made the community suffer. For once, the fact that they were called upon to come and sit there alongside the victims and struggle to explain themselves and get excuses, that really helped, especially on the part of the victims. Another accountability is the process was really shaming, because during the hearings for a whole year, our television sets, our radios, they broadcasted what was happening in the community. And it was very shaming. Now, this has ensured that at least we've seen elections that are not accompanied by violence, because at least what the politicians now know is that they are not just going to incite communities to fight each other and they go scot-free. For those who may not be aware, we had also the ICC process, where top government officials, among them our former president and the sitting president now, were indicted, although the cases did not proceed. But it was a painful moment for the country. So at least they are now careful about inciting communities. During the commission also, we traversed the country and we saw marginalization of some communities where women who were pregnant had to walk for over 10 kilometers to seek places to be given services to deliver. Although the government has not acknowledged that they are implementing some of the recommendations of the Truth Commission, at least we've seen affirmative action in some of the marginalized areas. During election, our police officers were gun happy, and that is why we used to lose a lot of people during uprising around the election. For once, we saw policemen undergoing training to see how they were going to counter in the event that we are going to have demonstrations during election without killing. For once, we see that cases are being taken to court, and the court processes are fast-tracked. We don't have detention without trial. There is time limit. If somebody has been apprehended, there is time limit. They have to be produced to court. And the judiciary, again, is responding. That is why when we had contested presidential results, they resorted to court and not on the street to kill each other. So there has been frustration, yes, but we can see the situation is not like what it used to be. Thank you.
Thanks, Tekla, for those reflections. We are running out of time, unfortunately, but I would like to have a very brief final reflection from both of you in terms of the possibilities of accountability mechanisms for structural changes. Because, Tekla, you were referring to the marginalization of the communities that are causing the violence, that we have to change this. And we have been talking about innovation and creativity in accountability mechanisms in order to make these changes possible. So how do you see this issue, these possibilities in the context of your experience, in the context of Colombia, in the context of whatever you want to bring to the audience as a final reflection of your work and your expertise?
First of all, you know, as I think this was Mo who mentioned that, I think the experience we are witnessing in Colombia is giving us hope. I mean, for all those who work in the field of accountability, of dealing with the past, of transitional justice or restorative justice, you call it the way you want. So I think really what is striking in this experience, first of all, obviously, is this partnership between these institutions and the victims. And as President Vidal mentioned in his speech, HEB exists because of the efforts of the victims, and now you are working hand in hand with the victims. And I think transition and justice is very much about this sort of partnerships. An institution cannot do everything by itself, and it's not desirable that it does everything by itself. Everyone in society should be part of such a collective effort, which has also been mentioned by some of the speakers who spoke before us. But also, I mean, I don't want to finish with a pessimistic note, but the world, our world is not doing very well these days. We are seeing rising polarization, rising, I would say, denialism, rising cruel political discourse across the world. I mean, and it's everywhere. But we are also seeing brutal wars going on in the Middle East, in Ukraine, and very little space actually for the victims to weigh in and be able to pressure the different belligerents or protagonists of these wars and push them towards, first of all, ceasefire, towards the end of conflicts, and then towards engaging in serious measures to provide redress to the victims. We are seeing the space for victims shrinking, the space for common sense also shrinking, unfortunately, the space also for really trying to achieve the common good, and also this is a word Mo mentioned in her speech, also shrinking. I mean, every protagonist is trying to push their individual agenda. I mean, we are not anymore seeing any space for compromise, and this is why, you know, I would say it is very important for the Colombian society to protect the legacy of this process, which is remarkable. I mean, justice will always remain imperfect. The perfection is not a part of this world. I mean, there is no perfection, but also, I mean, compared to other contexts, I think this is probably one of the most advanced experiences in the area of restorative justice, dealing with the past, and also transformation. How justice can catalyze change in social change. So I will stop here, and I would like to wish you a lot of luck and courage in continuing this extraordinary experience.
Thank you so much. My profession is peace building, and so I'm a student of Howard Zay from Eastern Mennonite University, who is considered now the grandfather. We used to say as the father of restorative justice, but now he's the grandfather of restorative justice. But for most of us, the concept is limited to our classroom, what we learned about restorative justice. I really appreciate this court that is helping us to practically implement restorative justice. In Africa, we have a saying, it's from Sierra Leone, that there is no bush for a bad child. When a child makes a mistake, is corrected, but is brought back to the family. That is our tradition in Africa. The reason why the Kenyan Truth and Reconciliation report has not been implemented is because it leaned so much to retributive justice. And so, to Colombia, I would like to encourage, especially the civil society, to accompany this process. The judges or magistrates can only do to a limited time and space. But the civil society, the religious institutions, it's up to us to go back to the community and to start facilitating those circle meetings where we can talk about what happened, how we can repair that. That is truly when reconciliation and healing takes place. If we don't do that, the court will come and go, the young people will come up, and we shall have revenge. So I really uphold the court for helping us practically experience restorative justice in its practical way. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tecla. Thank you very much, Habib. I think we have finished the panel with... Muchas gracias a todos. Estamos todos en el camino.
Thank you so much. We are in a road of healing. I guess that we have finished our session today. I don't know if someone is going to make an announcement about more practical terms. Thank you so much. To our guest, to the magistrate, thank you so much. So we're going to take a break and we will be waiting for you at 1:30. Thank you so much.
Bienvenidas y bienvenidos de nuevo. A continuación iniciamos con la jornada de la tarde. Recordamos que en el ingreso del auditorio tenemos dispuesto el código QR que los lleva al micrositio del evento, incluyendo especialmente la versión digital del libro La JEP vista por sus jueces en su tercera edición. Continuamos con el tercer panel, un momento fundamental para el equipo de magistradas y magistrados de la JEP. La denominación de nuestro panel es Aportes de la JEP en materias de reparación y reconciliación nacional. Le doy la palabra a la moderadora del panel, la magistrada Gloria Amparo Rodríguez, de la sección de revisión del Tribunal para la Paz. Adelante, magistrada.
Buenas tardes, un saludo especial para todas las personas que nos acompañan. Nuevamente queremos dar las gracias
to give again the thanks for participating on the third international panel known as International Conference of Transitional Justice, Emerging Responses to Contemporary Atrocities. I want to thank also to the lecturers, to Dr. Rojas, for coordinating this important event so transcendent for us, and to provide the parameters of this panel. We want to say that each one of the presidents, each one of the people that are going to be with us in the different sections are going to be talking about this important topic that has to deal with the contributions given by the Special Jurisdiction for Peace about redressing and reconciliation. For this, I want to state that each one of the lecturers is going to have 10 minutes to make their presentation. First, what has your section done in terms of redress and reconciliation? What have you done so far? What are the functions that have been done by the room in this area? And also, we would like to finish with something important. What are the challenges? The challenges that we have in the Special Jurisdiction for Peace in these 2 years in this topic. So again, I want to thank each one of you, and especially want to give a warm welcome to this important dialogue. You know that the Special Jurisdiction for Peace, our work is determined from some specific parameters that are focused on the centrality of the victims, and there was a dialogical process. So today we're going to talk with each other. So it's really good to have had the possibility of introducing before all the people that are with us today, both in person and on the streaming, what is the Special Jurisdiction for Peace doing in this matter. First, I want to give the floor to Dr. Pedro Maecha, President of the Amnesty Room, so that he can tell us from his room what have they done, what are the challenges that we have posed for ourselves to present them before the audience, and that we can discuss with each other. Dr. Pedro, the floor is yours. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everybody. Dr. Danilo, warm regards and special regards for this work that we have done and for the team that has joined us on fulfilling this third conference. Before proceeding with their responses, being at the alma mater of Javier Pardo Leal, I want to take advantage of this space today, so that after 30 years of its magnicide, and after having this atrocity completely in full impunity, I want to give a short message to the magistrate, to the master, to the politician, to the father, to the presidential candidate by the Patriot Union that was murdered, remembering the words that were not often seen in this auditorium. The political crime has existed ever since the state has been the stage of the clash of different political classes, because this is the clash against the institutional order of the state and against the public orders that are sustaining it. Therefore, this historical clash for the power from millennia is the birth itself of the political crime. And Pardo Leal ends up saying, every time that we have a resistance against any kind of oppression and the resistance transforms into a warring thing, we are facing a political crime. Anyway, the best homage that we can provide to Parallel and more than 6,000 victims of the political genocide of the Patriot Union is to make that the macro case in the HEP, Magistrate Catalina Diaz, comes to fruition. Under this context, I want to remind you that the amnesty room has as a purpose to modulate the definition of the legal situation of the appearing parties that collaborated or that were part of the FARC with the guiding principle of a larger amnesty. In this way, in compliance of this work, we study, request, and we consider or deny provisional and definitive benefits like amnesties, freedoms, and suspension of writs of capture or seizure. We consider the conditionality regimes that have to be observed by the appearing parties for the access and maintenance of the benefits. And in the case of non-compliance, we open incidents, we apply figures that are considered within the framework of HEP as a statement of the desertion and the lack of imposure of some more tough elements. We have the elements of the probity of the conditional things provided by the jurisprudence when we understand that they might not accredite the elements that trigger the competence of HEP, or we revoke those that were presented by SAI when the analysis goes high and we corroborate that there was no relationship or there is no relationship with the conflict whatsoever. On the other hand, we exert the extraordinary faculty of studying the inclusion requests on the list of people that, despite showing their membership as being part of FARC, are not found on the accredited list by the High Counselor of Peace Office, given force majeure issues that talks about their reincorporation to the society and that contribute on great extent to avoid reincidents. We foster and we work with the different authorizations of leaving the country when it deems so in terms of accompanying the civil reincorporation processes of those that come from the clandestinity and requires some information about the migratory status. We accompany the political reincorporation processes of the appearing parties through orders to the registrar's and procurator's office, enabling political rights, considering condemnations and updating of background to favor their participation in political nonviolent elements. We define the route to follow in the cases that cannot have an amnesty, either sending to the acknowledgement room or the definition of a legal situation, so that it can be unravel the situation of the different appearing parties. In coherence with this, recently we have started implementing the route of those that evidently cannot be chosen according to what has been presented in the interpretative sentence number 5 and the jurisprudence, both of the acknowledgement room as well as the appeals room. In this matter, it's important to highlight that this route allows to improve the legal situation of those that didn't have a specific participation in the armed conflict considered with non-amnesty terms and was recently known by De Justicia as a best practice. Also, we exert accompaniment and the pedagogy that we provided in the other territorial spaces for training and reincorporation to ETZR with the different appearing parties and lawyers of the defense system, the Agency for the Reincorporation and Renormalization, and other entities. Before talking about the results of SAI on restorative terms, that is what has been claimed so much by Dr. Danilo, it's essential that we have to remind the background that states the functioning of this room. Surrendering weapons by the former participants of FARC, delivery of people recruited, and the duty of not working again on these tough crimes, considering that, as it has been stated before, this room supervises the compliance of these in order to keep the benefits that have been granted or authorizing new concessions. In this context, it's important to highlight that one of the most massive elements from SAI in restorative terms has been supervising the duties that have been taken by the former representatives of FARC and their collaborators within the framework of the final agreement. Also, we have the capability of guaranteeing, along with the executive unit, some psychosocial support both from victims as well as to the peering parties that are there. And we can ensure a reincorporation route in charge of the ARN for those that don't have one. Added to this, I would like to highlight that an important result has been to contribute to the own dynamics of the conflict from differential approaches with an intersectional perspective. In these, the contributions to truth that are provided by the appearing parties with different modalities have been truly important for the different magistrates that are part of SAI and the work teams, because they have allowed that the victims and the Colombian population knows the narrative of FARC. It's a narrative that describes well the experience of the combatants that decided to incorporate here or that were recruited, as well as the pain and the difficulties of a war where these players were in no lesser extent perpetrators but also victims. Under this scenario, I want to highlight as an example a decision that was taken with an ethnical and race approach by the office of the magistrate Alejandro Sandoval in the case of an appearing YU party. Within the framework that during the exercise of the overseeing of the conditionality, we developed an interjurisdictional dialogue with the people with the purpose of talking about their own right in terms of harmonization, entrance and permanence of the appearing parties that were part of FARC, among others. Well, this exercise allows us to understand that the cultural perceptions about the use of weapons is different in the indigenous people and the societies. So, as long as then the communities, as the Wayu people, said that the weapons have a spiritual meaning and are talking in cultural practices and cultural protection in the culture, they are associated mostly with violence. On the other hand, the main challenges of this room for the next years include defining the legal situation of the appearing parties and adopting decisions on requests of incorporation to lists and to solve the non-compliance elements. For this, we have prioritized the case of the people that have been the latest working here or that are deprived of their freedom. And also we work in the path of those that have to continue their process before the acknowledging room or the definition of legal situations, as they have investigations or processes of things that cannot be considered. Dr. Petro, one additional minute. Have one last minute. The one of the homage was cannot be conceded. Okay. Truly, I would like just to wrap up with this fashion. Finally, and given the context of the dialogue, of the peace dialogues that we have ongoing, finally, and not less important, SAI is called to deepen into the knowledge of the political work and the treatment to the rebel or others. That is important to highlight for those that are with us. This crime on the outside of the scenario of the HAB practically doesn't exist in Colombia, because all the elements related with sedition and others are considered as terrorism, like homicide or others. even considering these that have been created in their combat. It's important to differentiate between political delinquents, common delinquents, and terrorists, understanding that the first one acts in the exercise on the right to fight against unjust crimes. It's important to identify who has exerted this right and under what kind of circumstances, honoring their work. These players that are working with the final peace accord have to be considered and treated as members of the democratic change that when they restore the victims, they restate the commitment with peace. Thank you so much. And also, it's essential that society and international community understand that in Colombia, amnesty is not the same as impunity, but instead a reincorporation process and reconstruction of the social tissue, because the benefit is conditioned in the terms mentioned. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Pedro. I'm going to gather in the last part the contributions provided in the room. Thank you so much, Dr. Maecha. Let's continue with Dr. Pedro Elias Diaz, Vice President of the Definition of Legal Situations. Dr. Diaz, again, the questions that have been made by Susana, which are the competences, and again, which are your challenges in this matter? Thank you so much, Doctor. A warm regards to the director of this event, Dr. Danilo Rojas, in the session, to the international guests and the experts that have been joining us in these 3 days, to our colleagues and the magistrates that have been working with us, and the teams that are joining us today, along with the staff of the Executive Office and Legal Office of HEP. The definition room for legal situations that was established in the final agreement, the final peace agreement, and through the law 1820 of 2023, in the same year that the court was signed. These gave some benefits, some criminal-specific benefits on a preliminary character to those members of FARC, former members of FARC, and members of the public forces. These criminal special benefits were applied, like the freedom anticipated, the freedom on a military office, the suspension of the writs of seizure, or the suspension of securing measures, so that the different armed players in the conflict that were deprived of their freedom at the moment could feel confident to enter the HEP, and they could have these benefits to enter. This was presented in the Constitution on the deed 01 of 2007, and the Constitutional Court reviewed in the sentence 664 of the same year. The definition of the legal situation chamber was in charge of defining the submittance of the SGP or the members of the public forces, of other agents of the state, other different than them, and from third parties, as well as the underage people. On these people, the ordinary jurisdiction in 2017 granted more than 3,000 criminal benefits that I have mentioned, because at that moment we didn't have the SGP. When the SGP entered on 2018, it was up to the chamber to continue granting these special criminal rights. However, there's over than 3,000 benefits provided by the ordinary justice. The definition chamber had to adjust them to what is known as the conditionality regime. The conditionality regime to a constitutional agreement that was made by the Constitutional Court through the sentence 370 of 2006, the 579 of 2013, and 674 of 2017, as those requirements or those commitments that have to be taken by the peering parties precisely to have these special benefits and to keep their entrance to the HEP. So at that moment, the SGP in that first stage was able to solve 869 cases, 515 being granted, and 3,054 rejected, especially to those people that were thought or that wanted to enter as if they had participated in the conflict, as if they were part of the same work to obtain the benefits. For that reason, in the first 4 years of activity of the Chamber, we had to grant also the jurisdiction, and the Chamber was able to provide 1,500 additional benefits that were online, so that everybody, all the participants of the public forces, agents of the state, not participants of this, and third parties that were being part of the HEP could have these benefits, always with the conditionality regime, and not to be understood that they have some amnesty or that these preliminary elements didn't have a constant problem with the victims. The second part, the legal situation chamber, with the development of the jurisprudence of the Constitutional Court and our appeals section, was in charge of solving on the non-sanctionatory routes to the people that were not the maximum responsible for those that were presented, plus the former members of Farc-EP that are being part of interinstitutional elements that were not called by the acknowledgement room as the highest priority respondents. This moment, the number is around 9,000 people of these that were solved about the legal situation in a definite manner. For these, the definition room from 2022 has changed its strategy on the macro cases that are provided by the acknowledging room, the 11 macro cases, and from the case 03 to solve the political situation of the non-highest responsible, from the macro criminality, the power structures, the macro criminality cases that determined by the acknowledgement room on those people that were declared not the highest responsible. In this way, the room has 8 sub-rooms that gather all the country about these 9,000 appearing parties, and whose decisions, initially of one of these, the renounced to the political prosecution, is going to be known in December by the different sub-rooms. We have 6 sub-rooms: the Catatumbo room, the Casanare room, and the Caribbean Coast, Popa, and the Beba Cemetery, the one of the Caribbean Coast and Department of Tolima, the one from Antioquia, Cordoba, Chocó, and Cauca Valley, and the one of the rest of the country. On the appearing parties that are in these rooms, members of the public forces and others, is that we are going to solve the legal situation definitely, following up the guidelines that have been presented by the appeals section concerning the possibility of being able to verify the conditionality regime that in general terms for the non-maximum respondent is going to be a contribution to the full truth, something beyond what has been established in the processes of the ordinary justice, where we have these defendants contribution to the memory, to the redignification of the victims, and the guarantee of non-repetition. And for those that are not the highest responsible parties, but that had an important participation, almost determining one in this fact that they were not called, some actions or activities for a redressing nature always considered in the transitional process, restorative dialogical process, with the intervention and participation of the victims that help to align which is this type of redressings that have to be complied within a framework of conditionality that is as strict as it has been shown at the beginning, the appeals court. The decisions of the appeal court have allowed us to move forward towards solving the legal situation of these people, and also has allowed us that the room is able to keep their personal competence of those former members of other organizations, for example, paramilitary forces that eventually have wanted to enter the HEP and that under different guidelines have studied their submittance and the award of eventual benefits. The restorative system that we are also applying is based on the dialogical process that the victims are helping to set what are the redressings that are going to be made, and they are helping with all our audiences, and we have to ensure to them those guarantees of centrality of the victims. That's it, Magistrate. Thank you so much, Dr. Pedro. You know how important is the work that Rome is doing as well about everything that has to deal with the defendants. Thank you so much. Let's continue then with the Magistrate Catalina Diaz of the Acknowledgement of Responsibility Room. Dr. Catalina, we are eager to listen to you. What you have done, what has the Chamber done so far? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Maria Amparo, and thank you very much to Dr. Danilo, who's the organizer and the soul of this event, to the rest of our guests, and to all of you for joining us today. I'm truly pleased to be part of this conversation. So I'd like to start by saying, or I'd like to touch back on the mandate of the Special Jurisdiction for Peace. And as you have seen it yourselves out of the former presentations, one of the key components of this Special Jurisdiction for Peace is resolving the legal situation of those who participated in this war and that joined this peace process, that they willingly decided to participate in this process. And I'm glad that you mentioned it that way, Dr. Pedro, to recover the tradition, the legal tradition, and its legal narrative in terms of the amnesty and in terms of how all of this was going to be worked around. If it hadn't been for that way, for that kind of the political crime and what is the implication of a political crime and what it means in legal terms, this peace process that we subscribed wouldn't have been possible. And we also need to think about the benefits of freedom. It is in the core center, or this process have as its core to find justice in return of not having jail time. And this is translated into the benefits of transitory, like transitional freedom and all of the different benefits that were described by Dr. Pedro. Now, this peace agreement or this peace accord wouldn't have been possible either if the parties hadn't committed to investigate, and to prosecute all those engaged in this process. And if this process hadn't been backed up by the international community and also the Colombian society, if we hadn't had this robust proposal of justice. So this chamber that I'm part of is responsible for doing that, investigating, so we can later on prosecuting and indicting the highest ranking responsibles of all these different issues. So we have taken all of this task very seriously, and we have done so systematically. And it is very good that the example that you have provided us with the political party, and for example, all the different parties that we had, all the different initiatives that we have back in the 80s, that was the exterminium of the Patriotic Union. And I'm saying this because our investigation is not investigating under isolated patterns, but this is trying to find out what the patterns of violence were. It is trying to find out why the disappearance, sexual violence, and all of the different atrocities happen in a specific period of time against a group of people that share a specific set of characteristics. And why were they targeted? And we have done so to voice the victims as well, to put their voice in the center of the whole discussion. So this has been So here we wanted to uphold to the promise of the final peace agreement, that it is to that person who is brave enough to tell the truth and complete truth and to acknowledge their criminal responsibility will not go to jail. And that seemed to be an utopia, but the special jurisdiction for peace have proved that that is possible. We have already accused 14 highest responsible cases. So we have proved that this happened in a massive, systematic, and we have written the specific goals of their systematic violence. And we have told these people that these perpetrators, that they need to respond to the Colombian society through our TV channels, that they were accountable. And to our surprise, 127 of them have done it, and they have said it themselves. They have said, I participated and I was part of these atrocities that happened. And so far, we have managed to have 6 public hearings where we have bring forward these defendants, and we have put them in this televised hearing to give them the voice. And we have taken the victims there as well, and these victims have challenged, and sometimes they have expressed their anger, their despair, their grievances, and later on we will pass it over to the defendants so they can explain why they did it. And why has it been possible? On the one hand, it's been possible because of the infrastructure of the incentives that we offer. So here we have the transaction of no jail time in exchange of the truth. It actually works. But of course, it only works with one condition. And so in comparison to the South African Commission of Truth, and I'm going to say here, Colombia has got the lead in that sense in everything that's happening. So we are going to have the first adversarial trial. The coroner that said, I didn't commit any of the false positives or extrajudicial killings, but that's a complete lie. So the chamber appealed his statement, and we took it back to the chamber, and now we have the first adversarial trial. So if it is true that 127 defendants have admitted the responsibility, then the other ones have been taken to the adversarial court system. So this incentive system actually works. But on the other hand, this acknowledgement doesn't happen in isolation. So this legal rule that says that if you accept the truth, if you accept your responsibility and you contribute to the total truth, it is not something that is going to happen for granted, but here we have a very robust system that is there to back up the whole situation, where we have a specific dialogue happening amongst the defendants, the victims, and the whole community, and the judges as well. So it is a different take on the way that it used to be done, and here we are reconstructing the dialogue of the humanity. So here we are deconstructing the logics of war, of the warfare that saw them as the evil force, and then we see them as human beings that are able to make reasonable decisions, that are capable of being empathetic, of walking in somebody else's shoes, and then from that moment on, we are going to give them back their basic human features, so they can, and we promote their shame, so they can acknowledge the consequences of their criminal activities. And in that dialogue, we have understood, and that only happens when they are faced against the victims. And that only happens because they say that only when they saw the mothers of these kids they have killed, they were able to acknowledge their responsibility. Only when talking to a father I understood that had his kid to be killed because of a false positive, this was an extrajudicial killing. Only in that moment I understood what were the consequences of what I've done. So within this process, we have everything so they can exert, or so they can execute, or they can use their subjectivity. And here we want to see how we challenge the whole Colombian society, challenge everything that we have at hand. And finally, we have tried to engage the whole community in those dialogues, in this kind of contemporary society that we live in, as to promote a more assertive communication between the Special Jurisdiction for Peace and the general community. This is something that is classical for, let's say, the different transitional justice systems, for the outreach that they may have. So in that sense, I think that HEP, the Special Jurisdiction for Peace, SJP, have done a great job in that way, in the way that we see what's going on in these public hearings of acknowledgement. So I think we're on the right track. We use both alternative and traditional media outlets in order to collect those images from these public acknowledgement hearings, and we have gotten to we have done, let's say, an extensive outreach, and today the Colombian society is talking about these crimes. And I think that's an important step, an important stride in the direction that we believe things should be taken to. So in that sense, I think we're moving forward in order to strengthening our democracy. Thank you very much, Dr. Catalina. So here we can see how important it is, everything that your chamber is doing. So 164 highest ranking perpetrators, out of which 127 have acknowledged the crimes that they committed. 6 public acknowledgement hearings with a broad participation of the communities, and something else that is very important that Dr. Catalina mentioned, which is the assertive communication between the SJP and the common public, the common community. So, thank you. So let us move on with Let us move on with Dr. Camilo Suarez from the Chamber of Acknowledgement of Truth and Accountability. Good afternoon, and thank you very much for your invitation. I'd like to join my colleagues and the other speakers that have come before me. I'm very pleased to be in this academy, and I'd like to thank the organizing team for taking the challenge of taking this event. So my chamber of the Acknowledgement of Truth section is in charge of finding the highest ranking responsible. So here we want to have a detailed version of what happened, and here we want to have an acknowledgement of accountability. So in that compliance, our section is going to have a specific indictment that we call the restorative sanction or the restorative indictment that lasts between 5 to 8 years. And I want to tell you that one of the biggest challenges that we do have at the Special Jurisdiction for Peace, where we magistrates, and not only the magistrates, but the whole society is betting on in order to find the pertinent solutions or proper solutions after a very serious violation of human rights and the international humanitarian law. We want to find these sanctions, and these restorative sanctions are there in order to respond to those serious violations to human rights. So those restorative sanctions is one of the biggest challenges that the Special Jurisdiction for Peace has, and I'd like to tell you that right from the very beginning, but that has to do as well with the rest of the process and how we need to extinguish the other measures that we may have at hand. And for example, now the country has just known one of the decisions that we have made in the case of the battalion La Popa, which is a material process, which is a material advance in order to reach the conclusions, which is called the correspondence trial. So here we need to find the correspondence between the crimes and the level of authority and participation of those that were defined as the highest ranking perpetrators, and also the proposal for sanction. As of now, we have 4 specific cases, and I'd like to echo these 4 cases, especially because the jurisdiction right now is in the trial stage for 5 of them, but specifically we're working with 4 of them, specifically in the moment of this dialogic stage where they have already acknowledged their responsibility. So this correspondence trial offers a very interesting moment, because here the defendant has already contributed with the truth and has acknowledged his responsibility. So here we verify the conditions under this truth was delivered, and we also verify if this truth satisfies the victim's needs, and also we check all the different conditions that are there, and it also grants the judicial or the legal security of this defendant in such a way that it responds and it upholds with the national and international standards, and this is going to be useful in order to have a complementarity that we want to have, and it also goes in line with the positive complementarism. So it is going to offer the security for both the victims and the defendants. And just like I said it before, we want to actually we want to comply with the standards in order to respond in order to have the specific cases in the way that they should be. We have a Popa, Catatumbo, another case, and then the one that has to do with the kidnapping of the secretariats of Las FARC. In total, we have 38 different defendants at the moment, and we have worked on, Dr. Gloria, in your question about the activities that this section has upheld. So far, we have had 7 hearings when the defendants and the public ministry has talked about the conclusion resolution in order to have this correspondence trial. So far, we have had 15 restorative gatherings, 44 tabletop discussions that have been there in order to prepare the different parties in these sanctionatory moments that is going to be useful in order for us to anticipate a third proceeding moment that it is established by the statutory law and for the jurisdiction that we have that has to do with the verification. I think this is an important opportunity for our country to find, in as much as possible, to meet effectively and efficiently the victim's right. So these hearings are going to be happening prior to the final trial, so we can make sure that all the measures of restorative component are being met. So here we have some specific components, and there is an important restorative component for the victims. It is defined as the works, projects, or initiatives with restorative content that are aimed to restore, to repair. So in that sense, we need to characterize not only the victims, but also we need to characterize what was the damage or what was the harm, so we can have a causality between the harm and the restorative process. So this is part of the challenges that we have to face. So this verification hearing puts together all the different parties in order for them to comply with the different statements of the indictment. So here I'm going to give you a couple of examples, because sometimes we have lots of sentences or lots of indictments that never get to be upheld. Sometimes it happens because of the lack of will of the government, but this verification hearing will help us out to establish that the authorities, that the national, local, and province or municipality authorities are going to be there in place for them to uphold these restorative actions. Among some of the challenges that we need to have, as I said before, we need to characterize the victims, and this is something that the whole jurisdiction is working on, but specifically with those trials that I mentioned before, are characterized because of the important number of victims. For example, with the first case, we have more than 4,000 victims that have been credited, and for example, with the last one, we have 21,000 victims, and their characterization, and in order to grant their participation in these hearing moments or these active listening moments, this is something that becomes quite challenging that, of course, we've been working on. One of the most important challenges that we have is to materialize everything that has to do with the restorative sanctions, which is a sanction that is going to actually comply with the restorative component, that complies with the restorative component, that is going to have a transforming impact. In this section, and as the jurisdiction, but within our competence, we are aware that we are facing one of the biggest challenges in the jurisdiction, which is to repair what it seems to be irreparable. But this reparation has to be transformative. So we're judging, we're ruling to have restoration in our society. We hope to restore not only the victims, but our society and a collective that was deeply harmed within the framework of the armed conflict. So this sentence, once aims to be restorative and to be transformative. But within this context, we also have some limitations. So let's say we miss, or let's say we grieve the fact that we don't have any incidents in order to have public policy, but we do have some power to activate some forces of the public policy in order to restore or to repair the harm caused in the past. In that sense, we're starting from the collective harm, and in that sense, we start to restore and repair these harms. With that, I'll conclude my intervention. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Suarez. It is very interesting what you have shared with us, and in regards of the expectations that we have in regards of these restorative sanctions. So in terms of what they're going to be and how these sanctions are going to impact not only the victims, but also the rest of the society. So now within the same line, along the same lines, we're going to go with Dr. Sanchez, President of the Chamber of Lack of Acknowledgement and Responsibilities. Thank you very much. And once again, I'd like to extend my gratitude to Dr. Danilo Rojas in this third international conference. I am deeply honored to be here at the National University, at the Leon de Grave Auditorium that is very representative of our country. So I've always been on the other side of this auditorium, and this is the very first time that I am on stage. So this is a very special moment for me. I would like to extend my warm regards to all of the international host guests, and also my colleagues and their teams that are coming over with them. And I'd also like to thank Dr. Germán Mula, former president of the State Council, and also all of the attendees to this event, and also Dr. José Miller, our future deputy president, part of the Anacona and Totoroes indigenous community. We are very pleased to know that you are now leading for the next 2 years the Special Jurisdiction for Peace. So we've been asked about the contributions of these chambers in cases of absence of acknowledgement of truth and responsibility. So first of all, I'd like to say that this is a collective work that we've done with the different chambers here, specifically with the precautionary measures in order to find those missing people, and on the other hand, the adversarial transitional trials. So from the first point that I mentioned, the mobility in this chamber, the first contribution that we have, and from day one, has been to be at the service of the whole chamber and to work hand in hand with the different chambers. And of course, this is in benefit of the Special Jurisdiction for Peace and also the victims of the armed conflict in this country. This chamber in cases of absence of acknowledgement is there in Dabeiba, Huila, Valle del Cauca, and also has something to do with the case 05 and cases 05, 08, Montes de Maria, and in this case 8 in Antioquia. We also have the participation, the key participation that we've had so far. And what have we done and how have we done it? So here I'd like to go back to something that Dr. Catalina said. So 80% of the defendants in the case 3 have acknowledged their responsibility. So that is a contribution to the country, to the victims, to the justice, and to the truth, without a doubt. And also from this section, we have already drafted 3 reparative sanctions in Dabeiba, Cauca, Valle del Cauca, and also Huila. And we have also conducted some acknowledgements in terms of the territory and as a river as one of the victims of this armed conflict, and also the persecution of those people belonging to the LGBTIQ+ community. And also the ruling over crimes non-eligible for amnesty crimes, such as illegal mining and also mine against people. And we have done some early acknowledgement through the wording of militaries of the armed forces in everything that has to do with restorative and reparative processes, which is absolutely of paramount importance. We have also have some interjurisdictional and also some other sort of works with indigenous communities and some other communities. And then for the very first time in history, together with Dr. Catalina in this joint work, we created this space to listen to victims of the patriotic union, which was something that we were missing for a long time. Likewise, we drafted some precautionary measures in this chamber of acknowledgement, and in favor of them, we have managed to identify and deliver in a dignified way 17 people that were disappeared in a role as the leaders of these chambers. Now, talking about the precautionary measures, I have to say these are some of the restorative components that are of highest importance in our jurisdiction. Why? Because for the very first time in history, our state is reaching the victims in a direct way, or there is a streamlined communication with the victims, between the victims and the state. And now justice in a territory conducting a public hearing, and for them it is of absolute restorative value, because these are restorative actions, and these are actions that contribute to find those missing people or those disappeared people. And in the same way, this goes hand in hand with the victim-centered approach. Because for the very first time in a long time, the victims of forceful disappearance are now being listened to. They're being actually managed, and here we have the the criminal search or the legal search that they wanted to have for so long. And in that sense, we have conducted more than 1,500 exhumations. And likewise, we have already identified more than 160 bodies, and as of today, we have already delivered in a dignified way back to their families 75 people that were disappeared. And that takes us back to the difference between the people that we have identified and the people that we have delivered back to their families. So here we have to have an additional tool, an additional element that has taken us back to create something new, the inverse search, as we called it, the inverse search, because now we have identified the bodies and now we need to find their families. And again, I'm telling you, this is something that we're doing together between the Chamber of Acknowledgement, the Forensic Medicine Department of the country, and the Unit of Search for Disappeared People. So it opened in September the 26th this year, and in a single month, we have already delivered 22 bodies back to their families, 22 people of a universe of 60. And we continue moving forward. We continue with our progress. So this has had a staggering advance, but of course, there is a lot of gratitude and there are actions that are contributing to the reparation. So far, we have 23 precautionary measures for those disappeared people all throughout the country. You could read about us in those regional media outlets, and there we are, and we're right there from our sectional. And something else that I like to highlight right now, which is something that we didn't have 4 years ago in our country. 4 years back, we managed to give our 2 cents in order to find these missing people. We have 8 different protocols or guiding principles that have to do with 1, the dignified delivery of the bodies to their families. 2nd, the archaeological forensic protocol to support the delivery of the disappeared people with the gender approach. 3rd, protocol for the safeguarding and protection of the victims of the armed conflict in projects of infrastructure in terms of transport. Number 4, how to overcome impunity at the Dique Channel. Number 5, dignification. 6, how to identify with a cultural approach. 7, the minimum standards to identify the missing people. And 8, the strategic comprehensive planning of the Forensic Medicine Department. And in this half minute that I have left, I'd like to finish up by talking about these adversarial trials. And we have
agreed contribution on what has to deal with the standards. We told the country that we want to make agile criminal processes expedite, and we have been fulfilling that. We have a mixed procedure writing with orality where it's completely public everything that the section is doing. So we have 3 indictments by the accusation unit, by the indictment unit, one against the former congressman of the Caquetá, Mr. Almagro, the other one, Julio Hernal Mejia, and 3rd against the Colonel Juan Carlos Figueroa for things that happened in La Popa Battalion, where, as the magistrate Catalina said, these people that haven't acknowledged their responsibility were sent to the investigation and indictment unit. So we have an agile writing and something really important and really efficient. And I dare to say, and sorry if I'm being a little bit bold, but with these we are sending a message to the ordinary justice that without a doubt, we can make a criminal, agile, expedite, and efficient justice. We have divided in subsections. In the first trial, the subsection is being led by the magistrate Reiner Jaramillo Chavedra, who, again, I reiterate, and I will never stop saying, in an emblematic manner, has made these hearings in record time. He is facing judicial records that never, ever had been achieved before. And this is also a contribution to the justice, to the victims, to have an expedited justice. We started a trial on September the 18th, a justice trials with more than 1,800 different elements, exhibits. And we are hoping to finish this in less than a year. That means also a record in all terms, given the complexity of all the situation. Thank you so much.
Gracias, Dr. Raúl.
Thank you so much. I'm going to what the magistrate Raúl said, the search the inverse search, the hunt for the inverse search, is not so much to look for the people taken as disappeared, but their families, because we have found their bodies and we need to establish where are the families around these. Highly interesting, Dr. Raul, and thank you so much for all the work that you have done. And last but not least, just to wrap up this part, I give the floor to Dr. Arango from the appeals room. Thank you so much, Dr. Gloria. Again, I want to thank to the organizers of this meeting, to all the team that has been working 24/7 to make these things work. I want to thank also our guests, the international ones especially, that made long trips to be joining us today and to make a contrast with the foreign experiences that allow us to have a critical point of view to examine what is being done okay and what is not. I would like to give some context, and I love that Dr. Maecha, who is coming from this home, has remembered with Pardo Leal that was a victim for this from this conflict, and also to remember that this is possible, that this experience that you are listening here, it's important to see an auditorium of this size, how full. It's really amazing. It amazes me. To me, it's almost like something of a question, because the jurisprudence tends to be really boring with lots of procedures and flowery language and things like that. And the question is, what does it mean to the peace of the country? So we need to give a context. We are here thanks of having them, the Farc sitting 6 years, the Farc and the government, trying to find an exit, trying to find a way out outside the war, and they did it by signing the peace agreement. And we are a technical legal apparatus that has the mission of placing concrete decisions that affect people, victims, perpetrators, in a way such that this society can change. That's why the forum is properly geared, as Dr. Danilo Rowe has said, that we question redressing and reconciliation. How is that possible through the law? And it takes us to think about each one of the dependencies of these complex thread that is the special peace jurisdiction. And we have to say that the Secretariat has around 700 people, the Magistrate has around 300, and in this sense, it's a group of important people that have that purpose, and it's to support in a very short time, 15 years to the country, experience that really gets to the heart of the people that are participating, but also that help us to learn and to move forward, leaving the war behind and embracing a peace, a long-lasting peace. And this in a war scenario. 9 or 10 negotiation groups with different groups that are having their weapons in their hands. So we have to give our dimension to this purpose, and we have to assume these as our own, because this question, why are we redressing and what are we reconciling, it's something highly problematic. We would say, well, maybe it's wrong. We are not redressing. Redressing is material and is done by the government. The special peace jurisdiction is not going to give some kind of element to the victims. It's something more of a symbolic type. It's something more transcendent that means that the victims, when they participate, as Dr. Catalina has described, in the massive process, as it has been mentioned, an interaction with the perpetrators, can recover part of the humanity and can understand that the defendants can be in those places and that their behavior should be amended. So this dimension of redressing not only to the society, the victims, but the perpetrators themselves, it's a complex and sluggish process and can only be understood as an example for the society to move onward. So you will ask, okay, how is the special jurisdiction for peace is going to favor the signing of these peace accords, of these 9 months of negotiation that are being done in the present? And I would like to leave you a message of hope, and it's plenty. Because what is on stake is for Colombia to move onward from a highly authoritative culture accepting of the law. Remember that here from Farc themselves, they were denying the rights, saying that they were bourgeois, and that we can kidnap the people for the sake of having some political gains, as the Colombian government that was having people presented as false positives just to demoralize the other parties. There is a heavily entrenched culture of despising the law, despising the normative part, an intention of having purposes no matter what it takes, without moral guidance, without a moral compass. And we have to understand that clearly. What we have done for the redressing and for reconciliation is that Colombia has to leave behind the de facto paths, and to understand that the law, that the respect of the international humanitarian law to the parameters that are inspiring everything that happens in the jurisdiction, that are the parameters of the international humanitarian law that have already been accepted by a guerrilla that was totally ideologically rejecting the origin of these human rights. It can move forward towards accepting, and that reconciliation goes towards respect to the Constitution, to the Charter, in a country where the law is no longer something burdensome, but instead the symbol of the emotional repertoire of the society. I take to an author that beautifully renders the comprehension of the law with emotions, that is Martha Nussbaum, who says, our laws, our constitution, the decisions that are enacted by the judges are the emotional repertoire of society. Why? Because when we respect a law, when we respect a constitution, you are respecting the other party, you are respecting their humanity, and that's something that Colombia is learning little by little. And I think that in a couple of decades, we will be in a situation like this that can leave us at ease. What does the appeal court does? Not to lose the order of the exposition, of the presentation that we are having. The body of this jurisdiction is giving the synthesis and is giving a hermeneutical closure to everything that is done in the areas and the sections. And that creates some interpretive elements that talk about the function of the organism, that is something rather complex. And again, it's going to be in charge of this very delicate weighing of the values that are on stake, that are the values of truth, justice, redressing, and the non-repetition in a balance, case by case, to exemplify what can be that both victims have to be generous with the offending party, not to go to jail, not to be punished, but instead to restore their actions, the agency of the victim towards works, deeds, and activities that they have to perform, and that those that don't want to collaborate, that want to continue in a denialism, they have to face the penalties that will remove their right. That truth and that justice and the things that can come from the symbolic redressing is what can ensure in the future, in this short experience, this 15-year-long experience, what is to create a democratic society and leaving the states of a war that are flawed, that are destructive for that social tissue. Thank you so much.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you so much, Dr. Arango. This important calling to reconciliation to acknowledge this important work that has been done from the different rooms and the sections that in the end are coming to the appeals court to be able to accompany us with a closure that allow us to do the things that we have purpose to do. Truth, justice, redressing and non-repetition in this scenario. As we don't have much time to move onwards with this dialogue, I think that we have presented each one of the competences of the work that has been done by each one of the chambers and sections in terms of redressing and reconciliation. We have also established the importance of you to know that the audience in general knows what is being done, the contributions that have been exerted from the work of the magistrate's office to make the victims, to have the victims knowing the truth, to know what happened with the partners, with the children, their communities, etc. I have to highlight also that each one of the chambers and the sections have tried to work together. That's why we see that many of the sections have been supporting through mobility to the different chambers in the work that they have been doing. I have to point out as well that these macro cases that have been presented, that the amount of appearing parties that now have sorted their situation, and that many of them have contributed in a meaningful manner so that we can know everything that has happened. But also we have to identify that some of them haven't done that as it should be done, and that now they are in adversarial trial, something that we have to take into account. Now they are calling my attention due to the time, but it's something very important so that we can move onward to do that, to the contribution to peace, to justice, to the non-repetition. Again, I believe that the peace agreement, as you said, Doctor, it's an essential contribution to what is the social harmony for the reconstruction of the social tissue. Colombia for many years has been suffering as a consequence of the conflict, and now we see new expectations, new sanctions, Dr. Suarez, and so important is to see these expectations that we have. What is going to happen? Maybe with these sanctions can we find justice? Maybe this weighing of what they said, that what is being done to know what happened in the chambers is working, and if that truly answers to all the process for the acknowledgement of the total truth, of an exhaustive truth, but above all, what you have mentioned of the cautionary measures that have been made, of the finding of different bodies and the finding of different families so that they can recover at least the remnants of the people disappeared, so that they can contribute to the things that we are yearning so much. We are yearning peace. We are yearning a peace for us, a peace for this generation, a peace for our children, Dr. Catherine, who has a young kid, a peace so that each one of the people here and each one of the ones that are seeing us today can think that Colombia can live in harmony, but a peace nevertheless that can contribute so that the kids of our kids can also count with those things that they yearn for, with the harmony, wellness, with the social tissue, with the happiness of living in a country where we all can love each other, grab our hands, and to make Colombia to be a country, a symbol of peace and harmony for all the world. Thank you so much.
Gracias.
Thank you so much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much, Magistrate. Great testimonials from our magistrates, essential elements to acknowledge the path that we have followed and the challenges in the future. Now we're going to give way to the fourth panel. We kindly invite to the General Secretariat Harvey Daniel Suarez, who is going to be joined by Ora Camargo and Mauricio Builes and Vladimir Bayana, victims quite cherished and close to the SJP. Please, Secretary, the floor is yours.
Sí, el 4 y todos están ahí.
Todos están ahí. Muy buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Para mí es un absoluto honor.
To me, it's the utmost pleasure and a privilege as a graduate of this alma mater, as a worker on the Special Jurisdiction for Peace, to moderate this venue, and also for the people that are joining us today that are in the most strict manner the engine, the soul of this, the victims, or some of them. But not only victims. They are victims with an enormous tenacity that had the generosity of sharing some reflections with us that are going to identify and come to fruition with some of the things that we have mentioned, is an essential component of the moral, ethical, and political equation of the SJP, the victims. To find the connectors, to find the deepest meaning of our work becomes a notion that sheds life to the head and is dignifying the victims, the life projects, the environments, their affectation, but also their struggles, and their resiliency is something that I would like to motivate in the dialogue that I want to propose today. Precisely here at the National University, we have today Vladimiro, a father, a lawyer, a colleague that has suffered the strenuous rigor of forced disappearance, of the killing of his kid, and the prior kidnapping of his kid when he was a student of the Palmyra seat, Alexander, with a great friend, Alberto. Both were victims of a kidnapping by the former Farc. You said something, Dr. Vladimiro, and I would like you to share these with the auditorium and the people that is with us from the different social networks. You were talking about the threshold before and after of 2018, and you said that something happened on 2022. What changed? What was different this time? Good afternoon. Good painful afternoon, I might say. Doctor, the criminal fact happened on March 18th of 2000. Well, we were just starting the 21st century. We lasted almost 18 years where it was just a simple monologue. Vladimiro in front of a microphone like this, talking to the twilight, talking to the mountain, for my son to be able to listen to me in a program that many of us know, or that we knew the voices of the kidnapped people. And we have to make relevance to a great friend that was disappeared, Ervino, Odious Medina. That was the potion or the relief, the balm for this pain. And we had the fortune of issuing our feelings to our son, hoping that he was able to listen to us, but that never said, "You are right, Dad." So we did until 2018. That's why I said that there was a change. When a state on 2018, there was a state that was completely numb to the pain that we had. And I'm really sad of saying this because as a connoisseur of the rule of law, we know that the authorities of the Republic are created to defend the good will of the people. But in the case, unfortunately, that wasn't the case. Our son went to Palmyra to study engineering, environmental engineering, with his sister. We wanted to keep the family together. Lucy Andrea went to study physiotherapy there. Again, they took him from my side in that dreadful date because he was going to the field to set into motion the things that he learned in the classroom, and we never heard about him again. Only until the 22, when he came. I have to make some advertisement also to this great, marvelous, beautiful beast as is the SJP. Without them, we wouldn't have what we have. Even though it's painful, the truth, but we are able to know. But the only thing that we don't know is when and how and why. That is the truth that we are expecting. And I'm not here, as they said before, or of indemnification. That, I don't care about that. What I need is that the real truth is the one that we are trying to find in this court, and to which I feel really pleased and sorry for the advertisement, but for all the effort that you have done and that Dr. Demet have done too. Nowadays I can say that I saw the perpetrator of the person who killed my son, Jorge Torres Victoria, today HM, Honorable Senator of the Republic, who said, in the hearing that we had, if I had been that day in the place where your son was, I wouldn't have allowed that because I know the philosophy of the National University. However, he didn't do a thing, but he allowed his henchmen to do so. So, Doctor, my pain is pretty much sealed, is being sealed today, because at least now we know the reality. The only thing that I'm requesting from you is, as I have had 24 years, 7 months and 15 days of pain because we continue suffering. The week for us should not have a Saturday, because it's the saddest day. That's why, with my trembling voice, I ask you, please keep helping us. Embrace this cause. Not because of my son, because he is no longer with us in the earth realm, but for my grandson, for my kids still, and maybe for the kids, for my grandkids. I have been able to see them growing in my family, seeing these beautiful boys, not only for them not to avoid suffering again, and that the non-repetition principle to be true, Doctor. That is what we want. Please help me with that. Gracias. Thank you so much.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you so much, Vladimir, for your kind and wise words, and this search for truth, for clarifying the facts, is something that transforms, that helps with this process of dignifying. Aristóteles Camargo, a leader of the territory of the area of the dam, that was the speaker of the struggle of many women, of many youth, at the moment being part of the groups of Montes de Maria, has lived an innovation of the jurisdiction that is one of the most meaningful ones, as it was mentioned by Dr. Raul Sanchez in its moment. The cautionary measures, protection of people, documents, files, places, processes of forensic interest sites, is one of the main elements of the jurisdiction. How from your place as a leader and as an engine, a community manager, you have felt this approach to the truth in the memory and reconciliation aura. Good afternoon, everybody. We deeply thank the possibility of being here from the cimarronaje. We are the requesters from the cautionary measures of the dam. It wouldn't have been possible to talk about a forensic archaeology protocol of some guidelines of people considered as disappeared, and from a plan against impunity in the dam if we hadn't had the humanity of the magistrates, Maria del Pilar Remelis, and the magistrate Alejandro Remelis, and their teams, Irina Junieles and Paula Costa. First, women who had the sensitivity of the territory, that knows the territory, but on top of that, that they understand the uniqueness of the transformative power that we women have in the territories. By listening to the territory, being part of the truth that is hidden, listening to the territory is part of the importance that the ancestrality has, but that also memory has. Living today a cycle of the special jurisdiction for peace is a yearning for the victims, for the people that were in negotiation between the government and Farc. We yearn to have a more humane justice. I think that in the intervention they were saying that we had a model, that I think that the model doesn't exist here. We have an effective and active listening, especially from the territories.
Especially from in those territories that were deeply harmed by this armed conflict. Talking about the Dique Channel, we have to start with an acknowledgement that if we didn't have this commission for the truth clearing, we wouldn't have had these precautionary measures. And especially because there is the finding of this Dique Channel as the deepest and, let's say, most horrendous aquatic cemetery all throughout Colombia, where we would have farmers, fishermen, and all these people. And we needed to know what to do with that information and get into the special jurisdiction for peace, and then finding a way to protect a place, a specific place, a territory, such as the Dique Channel. It also enables us with the visibilization opportunity, which should also be an opportunity for us to be visible, for us to get to a public sphere, for us to take the voices of those who weren't heard back in the time in a country such as Colombia. Because while we had some music, some festivals, our people, our territory was there was a bloodshed in our town, in our people. But it is painful for us to see that there were many scholars, there were many entrepreneurs that actually went by our town, our territory, and they never talked about it. But actually, one author actually talked about it, and through his literary work, he talked about how they disappear many people by putting all these people in the river. But I think that this jurisdiction have managed to listen to the farmers, to women, to these racialized women, and it has also heard out all the people there, and by having in mind their perspective and also the coexistence with these territories in order to transcend from this territory and to build this justice together. It's not possible to say that we have today a protocol if we don't have in mind all these people, all these communities, because we were the ones that actually bet on this, that we were the ones who believed in this collective harmonious construction. It is not possible to talk about justice if there is no harmony with the territory, with our memory, and with the truth. And especially with that actually showed us the transformation in a country where both men and women are in equitable conditions, where we can actually be granted our rights. This morning we were talking about the access to justice, but we need to talk about the access to human justice, because everything has to be victim-centered, and it is true, but we need to acknowledge those victims that have also participated in this process of this transitional justice that has contributed to create a country where we can acknowledge the truth as part of the justice. Thank you. Thank you very much, Aura. The mission and mandate of this jurisdiction could be maybe mistakenly be narrowed down to investigating, sanctioning, and judging. But we're lucky enough to have the victims and the communities and the signatories' participation, and all of this was established in the peace agreement, and it became more challenging because we needed to reconcile and to repair, but it's not possible to do so from the exclusive mandate of the jurisdiction. So this has become a public state policy. So within that framework, I'd like to ask Mauricio Willis Grisales, who was part of the armed forces in 1998, and he was kidnapped for almost 4 years in the incidents that happened in Villar El Caquetá, in Cartagena del Chairá, to be precise. So I'd like you to tell us two aspects of this journey that started out in 1998 up to date. So what have you received from the state and from this jurisdiction in this couple of years, in these years? What have you received as a response of the state? Good afternoon. And thank you very much to all of those of you joining me in this auditorium. It is a bit intimidating for me to be here before you today, and I'll try to do my best to be coherent and to be coherent in my account, and I apologize if my voice breaks down at any point. First of all, with your permission, I'd like to send my warm regards to all the veterans that are on a strike right now in the Bray because of the negligence of some state officers, former state officers that didn't know how to do their job, and they are the ones that have us right now in this moment, in this kind of critical situation for us to reach the rights that we are rightful to. I'm saying here that it was a mistake in their job, but I'd like to send my warmest regards to those veterans of the military forces that are there in the territory. I want to show my support to them, and I'm talking right now here just to make visible everything that happens. Just to talk about those mistakes that we've been subject to. So, going back to your question, I'd like to say that the Special Jurisdiction for Peace has opened up a way to visibilize some cases that have become invisible or that were invisible for a long time. It is not only our victims, those of the civil society that went missing, but we, as members of the armed forces, we are also victims of these atrocities. And when you get back, and sometimes we even suffer re-victimization, and sometimes for us it is very difficult for us to talk about these things when you shouldn't be talking about these things. We should be, let's say, we should be at a different stage. Let's say in the stage of, let's say, being at peace with complete tranquility, because we have already gone through that. Let's say being here before you, it is another incident of re-victimization by the Colombian state, and specifically by the armed forces, in this case the army, that didn't do enough in order to respond to their veterans that have suffered a kidnapping process, and they didn't acknowledge what they had gone through. So in that case, and with that in mind, the Special Jurisdiction for Peace has opened or has given us the possibility or has opened up doors in order to make all of these things possible, visible. And for us, as veterans of the armed forces, we are not, as people would deem us, as perpetrators, because that is not the case. There might be some rotten apples, some bad apples, but that's not the case for all of us. So not because some of them made some mistakes in the past, we are going to say that the whole group is bad or is corrupted. So this jurisdiction has given us a lot of opportunities for us to speak up. And this is for us an opportunity to make these errors visible, all those errors that were made against us in the military forces and also in the kidnappings with the former guerrilla group. So that's why I have nothing but gratitude in my heart to all of those who have allowed us to present our cases, because we were those neglected group that were quiet in a corner, because if they would take us out to the spotlight, we would bring a bad image to the institution. So everything that you've done is very positive, and I have nothing but gratitude, as I said it before, and I'd like to thank you for visibilizing all of this and for making us feel that we have someone there that is, let's say, holding our back in this aspect. Thank you very much. I'd like to ask a similar question for all of our guests. So what is the main takeaway, or what's the message that you'd like to give back to the victims of our country? Here we're talking about almost 10 million of victims in our country, including, let's say, name by name, situation by situation, and an administrative record where we have collected all this information. We have another record that is the amount or the massive number or the massive amount of people who have, or victims that have already been credited. And actually this morning, Maud Blecker, as the special advisor of the United Nations, she talked about the importance of protecting victims. And I'd like to go back to that message. And here, at the jurisdiction will never get to the total amount of the victims. And having in mind the restoration of all of this, it will collect a specific number of victims, but there are some of them that are going to be left behind and they are not going to manage to be included. And we have a deficit. There's a deficit that we should be realistic about. And there are lots of debates around this. And there are many debates around the outreach. And there are also some victims. And all of that, having in mind, for example, all the families that are still searching their missing persons, it overcomes our capacity, and we have new responsibilities, new things that we continue to discover day by day. So this is a very difficult situation that we have at hand. So what message could you give these victims, the ones that have already been credited and the other ones that are, let's say, in those secluded areas of these groups? Hi. So first of all, before my message, I'd like to say that this restorative justice could be useful to be thought as a whole, as a society. And I think that one of the indictments in these precautionary measures is the 068 case. And here we have the Córdoba, Sucre, and Montería, and all the regions that are in this dique channel in order to create the root of memory. But this root is going to be built with an ethnical and territorial approach, but also for those, in order to find those people that are disappeared, that are missing. And this is key for us to continue working on the restorative justice. And here, we start with this route, and they started to say that they had, let's say, enough funds to have a plaque. And we, as the organizational team, we told them that this sanction, this restorative sanction, is not talking about a single plaque, but we need to have a statue, we need to have a monument, we need to have a museum, and that's what we're going to do. And we have that situation, for example, in some parks or some places, but this restorative sanction is telling us what to do. So here we have a committee, and we are going to have this committee in each of these 20 municipalities that is going to enable us to start working with schools. So we're going to be working in 10th and 11th grade on how to work in memory around and how to foster memory as a collective construction. And this is something that HEP ruled on, but it is impacting something that it is going to impact schools, but also scholars themselves. And this is helping us out with a judiciary order, but we could see how this could be translated into classrooms that is going to enable, for example, universities, colleges to go there to these territories to see how we're working on memory, how this restorative sanction is helping change the community. It can change mindsets, but it can also contribute to this day-to-day truth. And it is working on how we live in these territories. And here we have the resilience and the resistance that the victims have had in these territories. So I think that the main message that I'd like to leave you guys today is that this memory or all of this is going to help Colombians to be more aware of what happened and that it's not the victim's fault, and especially women, especially when women have been victims in the framework of this armed conflict, because sometimes they say that it's on us because we're women, or the way that we speak, or the way that we do, or because of our cultural ways, because we like dancing or because we like singing, let's say our cultural ways. So there is always a pattern of discrimination against women. But in that sense, this restorative justice can actually help us out to have a better articulation and a harmonization with nature, with the human being, because we need to go through the human being so we can actually change ourselves. Because if we do not change those human beings, that they were once perpetrators of this war that killed, displaced, and violated others. So we need to think, how can we change as human, what the human being is, to have a more just and equitable society. So I think that this restorative justice must, let's say, recommend or raise some recommendations in terms of how to move forward and how women can continue bolstering or, let's say, boosting these changes in order to promote peace for the territories, with the territories, and in the territories. Thank you very much. Well, there are many things to do here, and many things that we need to accept here. Many of us are, let's say, stagnant in a mediocre mindset, in a right or wing left mindset. But here I'm not talking about any extremes, but I'm talking about my very own personal perspective. And sometimes many of us are ignorant, and many of us take others to this same ignorance. Many people, because of how fanatic they feel about some beliefs, they may disinform others, and they may somehow contaminate others in the way they think. And what I want to tell you here with this is that we shouldn't think, or we shouldn't see any of those things. And you, as students and as learners, and we are here learning from our legacy, we're learning from all our ancestors. We need to be neutral, no right nor left, not white nor black. We all have different ways of thinking. And the more we know, the more we get to learn, the more our mind expands. And we learn that this world is not white nor black, but we should have an open mindset to every single environment, in every single term. We need to learn about everything, but this has given us an incredible opportunity for people and the new, and as I call the youngsters today, that because sometimes they might feel that they were born with a specific right. And actually, during lunchtime, I was saying that they do have this right because they were people before them to grant them these rights. So it is important for them to remember their history. So please don't let anyone fog your mind, so you can actually continue studying, because it doesn't have to be black, white, or gray. So we need to learn from every single opportunity that we have, and we have to learn out of the positive experiences, and maybe to experience those bad things, but those bad things are nothing but something to leverage our growth. So this is opening up new opportunities for future generations to understand the importance of history, so they don't make the same mistakes that we made because of ignorance or negligence. Thank you very much. Just to wrap things up, I'd like to ask victims and those who have been directly impacted due to kidnaps, I'd like to ask you not to lose your opportunity to go to the Special Jurisdiction for Peace, because, as I was telling you, in my case, I have a moment to break silence, and then another moment in which I was heard out. In those 18 years, none of us, the members of our family, we didn't even know what psychology was. I'm a lawyer myself, and I didn't even know what psychology was in order to overcome that trauma, that very painful moment. So, total absence of a state, as I said. So if you continue to be negligent, or let's say to reject all of this, then the state is going to care even less for you. And because at the moment, and even now, I think, unfortunately, in Colombia, even to suffer, even if you're going to be a victim of kidnapping, you need to have some class, social class. It is not the same if it is not the same being kidnapped or having any of your beloved ones to be kidnapped if you are if you're in a high social class or lower social class. That's something that we have in mind. So there were like first class and third class kidnappings, and regardless my academic training and let's say this social status that I used to have or that I had at the moment, I only discovered the truth or the apparent truth or the alleged truth when they told me here in this jurisdiction that there was a recognition and acknowledgement of one of the top commanders of FARC, that he said at least that he was the sixth forefront line of FARC, the ones who killed him. Because actually I was told that my son had joined this rebel group, because let me tell you, students, because the National University used to have, let's say, that status, that, you know, in the National University, it is only guerrilla people who go to study there. But to me, this academic center is the academy of the people, the academy of those who don't have the possibility to go to a private institution. So that's why I believe that this was the academy of the people. So please, let us support this cause of this court. This is not any sort of propaganda. This is not any advertisement that I'm doing here. This is what I'm telling you from the bottom of my heart, and I'm telling you with the experience that I've collected and with the support of my psychologists, such as psychologist Mrs. Karen, who should be in the back of the room, telling people ways to work things out through some remedies or through some medicine. So they've always been there for us. Now, they all know my case, but in 18 years, no one knocked on my door to help me out. And I'm sorry, I'm going to be blunt about it, but not even the General Attorney's Office, who knew about my case from the very beginning, not even them came to my doorstep. They don't know who I am. They don't know me. Not even the generals. They don't know where I live. They don't know who I am. And I don't even know if this process is still open or not. But now, here, and thankfully here in this jurisdiction, they qualified my case as a war crime, because otherwise it would have been in the dumpster of the legal cases. So please remember and be aware of the moment that we're living now.
Muchas gracias. Muchísimas gracias, Aura, Mauricio, don Vladimir.
Thank you very much to Laura, Mauricia, and Vladimir. This special jurisdiction for peace, look at the victims eye to eye. We walk the way, we walk the territories. It is in the territories. So the hardcore of the rule of law, the hardcore of this justice for peace is the dignification of the victims, and also the dignification of the defendants, and the dignification of the impacted communities. Thank you very much, and would like to finish up with a short video that puts together some images and some testimonies of the work that the Special Jurisdiction for Peace have conducted. Thank you very much for your attention.
Quiero decir que me voy contento, pero no.
Sometimes I feel great. I seem to be happy, but I feel great pain sitting here in front of us, in front of people in the community, humble people affected by everything that we did. We committed kidnapping against minors, elderly people, and there are people who died in captivity, which are, well, very painful things for the people and for their families, or for the loved ones who were waiting for them back home. Merchants, business people, ranchers. We planted bombs on them and detonated those bombs at their businesses, burned their homes, threatened them, displaced them. Today, I take responsibility for these acts, these crimes, so painful for the country. There is a profound restorative effect in having those responsible recognize their crimes. Nothing will bring back the lives of their loved ones or undo what they should have never had to experience. What we can do from the SJP is to have this restorative justice, clarify the truth, end the silence and forgetfulness, and restore the violated rights. Today I'm here to tell the truth, to somehow restore the good name and dignity of Edison Alexander Lescano Hurtado, his wife, Rubiela, and their two children. That pattern consisted of killing people who were vulnerable, stigmatized, and labeled and accused as guerrillas from the same region, in this case, the Beiba. They were simply labeled as guerrillas. It is a heartbreaking case because it shows the strength of a mother who, for so many years, searched as searching mother do for her son. It must have been members of the Farc who killed her son. It seemed a crime to me not to accept it. I accepted it. And by accepting it, I ask for forgiveness, ma'am, and Romel, and to the other victims who suffered that tragedy. We heard painful truths that tore us apart, and today we begin to heal. We are here to fill the victims and the country with dignity, memory, recognition, certainty, and justice. One with a restorative approach which punishes but also eases, uplifts, and transforms to make the desire for non-repetition real. Since they are reparative works, this road is very necessary for them, because in these territories, they are usually just paths, nothing more, where there are no roads, no life of any kind, only by foot. So for them at this moment, it is very important because they'll be able to drive close to the House of Wisdom. Still, someone must be in charge of preparing meals for those working, which is also part of the work. We're making sancocho. So for us, this is gratifying, what we have built between signatories of the peace agreement and victims. And we have done on field with 2 victims now. We have been on their land fencing waiting and they are happy. Since yesterday, we have been with a victim, helping them with their fence, assisting on their farm. The victim said, "This is truly restorative work. I feel like I'm being healed because it is a need for the victims. This work is a message we are giving to Colombia and the world. The heart of the SJP are the victims. Justice is transforming the country."
We thank the General Secretariat for having allowed this marvelous account of the transformation processes that we are living within the framework of the transitional restorative justice. Coming up next, we kindly invite you to have our elect Vice President, Magistrate José Emilio, to be with us. Good afternoon, everybody. To me, it's a great pleasure to be able to talk with you in this auditorium of the National University. Some years ago, I was able to accomplish a dream. One of my dreams, being a school professor, was to eventually be a professor of the university. And I had the pleasure of being a professor in the criminal part. And to me, it was a great pleasure to be here. Today, the life puts us in a complex situation, I would say, because it's not easy. Somehow makes that everything that we have learned in our lives, all the processes that we have endured, can be gathered together to give us the light of the road that we need to follow. And today we have heard how our international guests, how the representative of the government, how the headmaster of the university, how our partners, the esteemed magistrates, and finally the victims have stated and everything that has been the meaning of the special peace jurisdiction. And we noticed that quite often, being inside this bubble, we cannot dimension what is seen outside. And every day that we find that, we get amazed of the scope of the things that we have been able to do. What fills us with understanding that this is an enormous commitment and a great responsibility that we have to undertake. Thank goodness the president of this jurisdiction, Dr. Ramelli, is a great juror of a great tradition, and that we know that he is going to be a great spokesperson of the jurisdiction. And that me as the vice president, a person that has worked as a defender of human rights for over 30 years, I'm going to join him. I'm going to join him in difficult times. I'm going to cater in the moments where they require so. I'm going to support him with my experience. And of course, I'm going to complement him with the things that are different in me. And it's my notion as an indigenous person that gives us a different perspective, but also forces us to know the Eastern jurisdiction and something with strength. And that's why I said that we are intercultural interpreters, interjurisdictional interpreters that are joining this jurisdictional process. In these 2 years that are coming, we know that we have enormous challenges, but the main one is to conserve, to keep, or to overcome, or to move onward the status of the special peace jurisdiction, thanks to the work of everybody, of all the magistrates, of all the workers from the Executive Secretariat Office, of all the people that are supporting from the UIS, from all the spaces, from even the youngest person from the jurisdiction, from the ones that are working in the office, from the ones that provide you with the coffee. All this institutionality has tried to be different, to do something different, and that's why I think that to us it's a great dignity to be able to be their spokesperson, because that's who we are, the spokesperson, because we are going to talk for the inside, talking about all the spaces, all the venues for a purpose inside the jurisdiction. That's where we have the different rooms and the sections, the permanent commissions, the government entity, and of course the responsibility of the magistrates plenary. That's where we're going to enrich ourselves with the proposals made by the General Secretariat, by the things provided by GRI, by the proposals that are coming from UAIA. That's where we're going to have the needed guidance to be able to do our job and our proper work. These dialogue for within that allow us to articulate largely so that we can effectively achieve joint efforts to give the proper responses that the country and the people deserve so. One of the main cornerstones that we have precisely for that matter is to strengthen the national support and international support as well. How can we strengthen the national ones? With a direct dialogue with the institutionality. Because the SGP understands the autonomy, that is one additional player of the state, and that needs the authorization and the collaboration from other entities of the government, so that as a legal tool, when are making their calls, can say that these can come to fruition with the other institutions of the state to which we have to fulfill this duty. That's why we have to move forward and we have to continue strengthening this dialogue with the different institutions of the state. With the institutional international bodies, just to give an example, to implement fully the cooperation agreement and the complementarity, positive complementarity with the International Criminal Court, that the special jurisdiction for peace can be the response and the justice that are needed for these crimes that are affecting the humanity, that we have the capability to do so. So we can keep the constant dialogue with the legal branches, with the high courts, with the constitutional court, with the constitutional court, with the state, and with the General Attorney's Office, so that we are all within the function of the justice, because we are working against impunity. So because it has to be important for us, the rights of the victims, and above all, that we can reach the so yearned peace that we all Colombians want. The peace that we want. We have enormous challenges, and those challenges are faced to aim to high impact results. There is a lot of pressure, understanding that we want to have sentences within the SJP. And some people are not talking about sentences, but about results. And I would like to highlight that the restorative process that the SJP is doing has different stages, and they have had results. And those results, we want them to be known by the international community. And talking about means that allow us to make visible these results that we want to have, and that it's important to do that to understand the dynamics of the jurisdiction. But of course, this doesn't have to be an excuse so that we can think about fulfilling these sentences in a short term that are so much required by the different institutions outside the SJP. So we are going to work precisely to manage to have these sentences. But we also have an important challenge, that is the route that initially is called non-sanctionatory, but we want to call it better the restorative path, because precisely through the definition of legal situations of these people that are considered not the highest respondents, through these non-sanctionatory conditioned resolutions, we also want to bring a message that there is no impunity and that these people are making a contribution to the truth, that have a commitment with non-repetition, and they are going to perform some activities for the redressing of victims. And that conditioned situation means that they are assuming these commitments with seriousness, and they are going to be monitored by the jurisdiction. Also, it's highly important to continue working with the proposals, with the restorative proposals, with these purposes, because this is going to be one of the most important elements that will allow the reconstruction of the Colombian society. It's beautiful, I would say, using Spanish or English to see the defendants of the public forces, the signatories of the former Farc-EP, and the victims working together, aiming for a common goal, for a common purpose. I hope that this type of moments can be replicated in all our venues, not only in the conflict, but also in other peace venues of the relationship with our society that is so heavily polarized due to many things, not only for violence, but also for social and economic inequality, and sometimes even by the very same race distinctions. If we can contribute from the jurisdiction to these restorative venues, and these prove that this is possible, because at the beginning we thought that maybe it was impossible. But when we see the father of a victim with the person that took the life of their kids, when we see that a young girl who was a victim asks to embrace the defendant, we can see that maybe dreams can be possible. I want to tell you that the voice and the speaking office of this jurisdiction is in good hands. And I'm talking about Dr. Ramelli, but that I would be willing to accompany him and to support him in everything that he needs, because it is our duty to continue moving this important endeavor where we have committed so hard. In this mission for contributing to reconstruction of the Colombian society, to strengthen our democracy, and I hope to plant the seeds that we want for a stable and long-lasting peace for everybody. Thank you so much.
Muchas gracias, magistrado.
Thank you so much, Magistrate. And to continue and to wrap up with this academic session, we kindly invite Magistrate Danilo Rojas Betancourt from the Appeal Section of the Tribunal for the Peace and a coordinator of the International Conference. Magistrate, the floor is yours. I just want to highlight 3 takeaways, but first I want to thank all of you for being here in this outstanding venue for this long session, for the victims that are with us, especially in this auditorium, and those that are listening to us from other parts of the world. Of course, to the headmaster of the university, who provided us this space, and Maria Belén Sáenz, director of this magnificent venue. Also the Embassy of Switzerland, but especially I want to focus on some names of the people that made this possible, for this to work like a clockwork until now. Especially, I want to thank Natalia and Magda from the Office of International Affairs, who were working pretty much every single moment to have this coming to fruition, so that our international guests that are here, they could feel comfortable, they could feel at ease, and they could do the work that they have done beautifully so far. Of course, to the Communications Office, to Patricia, our MC, who has also been aware of many things that have gotten to be ready so that this event could work happily. To Jorge, to Harvey Suarez from the Executive Secretariat's Office, to Juan David Olarte from the Administrative Direction, to the presidency team from HEP, Emmanuel, Diana, and many others that I excuse that I am not naming them individually, that help us so that this event can be as beautiful as it is. 3 takeaways that I would like to highlight from the conversation that we had today. One related to these efforts that have been made in different parts of the world to contribute to dignifying the victims, to repair what is irreparable in these transitions that are so dramatic so often. And on top of that, I want to highlight especially the conversation that we had around the relevance for the victims to continue being in the center of these institutional arrangements that allow to move, to transverse from war states to social conflict, from dictatorships to democracy, etc. And I would like to talk briefly about the challenges that we have as bearers of a transitional justice exercise and as makers of an enormous dogmatic effort and a special effort in legal terms about transitional justice. About the first, we have heard something that I believe it's important to highlight always, and is that in many different parts of the world, there is an enormous effort, especially made by the victims, so that the heinous atrocities are not left with impunity. These efforts, as we are exemplifying with some of the guests, go from truth commissions, search units of people considered as disappeared, and some other institutional efforts. So much so that I prefer not to talk about transitional justice, but about practices. And to this, I will talk a bit more in the future. These institutions that were presented by our foreign guests, you have noticed that they particularly show the need of always having accountability. Not to leave this tragedy into oblivion. And they taught us how these efforts sometimes are failed. I think that the case of El Salvador that was mentioned, the case of El Salvador was dramatic. After this peace accord in El Salvador, in this moment, there is not a single case, not even a single one. Also, Sophia was telling us that after the exercise of the recommendations of the Truth Commission from Peru, there is 150 cases that have been sentenced about military people, and all of them, all these cases have been considered on what they do. And I'm talking about these especially to highlight the difference between that work and that enormous effort that they have done in other countries. And as Professor Romano had mentioned, in the case of the trials in Argentina. And we knew other experiences. South Africa, for example, some colleagues were mentioning. I'm bringing that data and that reference to make a comparison with the things that we are doing, that I think is valuable, and it was highlighted especially by our colleagues, by Catalina. I think that Rodolfo is the same. And I'm highlighting this because that was part of the goals of this encounter, to see each other comparatively. Sophia especially mentioned in the case of Peru, and I take that case to make the comparison, where we have 150 cases sentenced, and I can talk about the one from Argentina as well. Salvador doesn't help for the exercise I'm doing. And even so, there is a wound that has grown larger. And I think that that's what the SJP has tried to do. That wound that eventually can be left after the transitional trials doesn't open again. And that's what I think that the Special Jurisdiction for Peace has tried to do with these dialogical procedures. And we have highlighted plenty of them in the text, in the book that I hope that you have scanned with the QR code. There is a beautiful text from Mariama Wills that is worthy to read, where we have an sociological analysis of what has been the transformation, the restoration of the victims in the very same dialogical process, without needing the sanction and without the prejudice of this. That is going to be like the ending part, like the main goal, the ultimate goal of the sanction that we are looking for. But in this path, we have made an important transformation, not only for the perpetrator, for the defendant, but also for the victim. On this terms of analyzing the perpetrator is not enough, and on the colleague side, it's an exercise, it's a practice that we have been developing. This dialogical character and this humanizing nature as it was presented by our philosopher, Rodolfo Arango, and Nussbaum effectively,
we need to go back to that humanity. We need to rethink that humanity. Whenever we think about, for example, the Ahmad trial, they came to the very same conclusion. And there is something that I think, and there is something that we mentioned yesterday in a conversation that we had. Diego Garcia Sayan and Sofia mentioned this aspect yesterday, and this is something that I've heard multiple times coming from my colleagues at the HEP. The change in the narrative. I think that that's one of the most important contributions. And there is another text by Catalina Botero in this book that I'm talking to you about, where we talk about this change in narrative. Yesterday, Catalina said something that I hope she was going to say today, which is very powerful, because it seems to be, let's say, bad manners that nowadays, in these, let's say, snob meetings, snob gatherings, we don't talk about these false positives, that those were the bad apples from the harvest. So I think that this is coming, this change in narrative is coming from the work that we've done here at HEP. So we do have a series of efforts, joint efforts, that we must make prevail or to continue with, and we have to have colleagues coming from different parts of the world coming over to reinforce these efforts, to acknowledge what we've done, to see our own challenges. But I'd like to bring this hope back up that is very uplifting and that is coming from the international community, because our effort is, let's say, our efforts in regards or regarding the investigation and the prosecution of high perpetrators that we had and that we continue to have is trying to find a true, let's say, a real reconciliation. It is not just a matter of a trial and that's it, because victims do not forget that. Leonor told us that with the Transitional Justice 2.0, after many years, that is flourishing again in El Salvador, that's what we would like to avoid. We don't want to have a 2.0 version in comparison to the work that we're doing here. So that's why it is especially important now the reference that all the speakers mentioned in regards of the victim-centered approach. Tekla Namachanka, our Kenyan guest, actually underscored the importance of Habib, as well as Habib Nassar did it himself, the importance of having this victim-centered approach that has been key elsewhere in the world with different models, like Habib mentioned, like, for example, in the Tunisian case, because the Tunisian case having been the most fortunate one because of the lack of organization from the victims. But let's say that these are, in this Moroccan case, they had better results, and likewise in Kenya, just like Tekla said it. So I think that here we can actually compare against each other these processes. And in regards of what HEP is doing here, what this Special Jurisdiction for Peace is doing here, because here we're working for the victims and with the victims. So, this institutionality is again for the victims. It was the victims who were there. It was them pushing and demanding the accountability of these high-ranking perpetrators, and that's where this reparation and restoration is coming from. That is one, let's say that's something that the victims have achieved themselves. And I think that in good part, let's say that this Havana process managed to find this a society, just like Tekla said it. It found a very strong civil society, well organized. And I think that the social organizations and all of the victims' organizations in Colombia are empowered in Colombia. And I think that that's reflected in their participation and the way that they keep on claiming before HEP, and also their contributions and their bravery in the way that they help achieving that reconciliation. They're very brave, and they're very brave before the defendants, of course. And of course, you must know that it is the victims, the ones that are braver, when they genuinely accept walking and talking with their defendants, with their perpetrators. And just as many other of my colleagues have mentioned it today on this stage, the Special Jurisdiction for Peace has been very careful, and it has been a very good scenario in material and symbolic elements in order to facilitate this meeting between the victims and the perpetrators, to facilitate the reconciliation and to upscale the dignification of the victims. I'd like to say then that in that sense, we have run the extra mile in comparison to some other parts in the world in order to acknowledge this victim-centered approach. And this enables me to say, dear Montblecker and dear friend, to say here that in turn, and let's say to respond to what you said this morning, that we do have a model of transitional justice. Mo doesn't like the word model. She explained why this morning, but we have a model here in Colombia. And it is a model that has two characteristics that are very interesting here. And it is let's say that this is the ultimate practice, or this is the practice that we are on right now, or this is the most, let's say, vivid practice that we have right now. That is that it has two main features. On the one hand, it collects the experience from other practices around the world, and in doing so, in collecting all these different experiences, I'm not only talking about the international practices, but also the local practices. What we're doing here with the Special Jurisdiction for Peace, we are collecting all of the different processes, let's say the factum of the different peace processes that happened in the past and that ended up with amnesties in the country. We had that as it happened in El Salvador, and it ended up in amnesties, with, let's say, with some sort of a pragmatical arrangement, and that was it. We also had that experience here in the country. So we collected that experience as well. And we also collected a most recent experience of peace and justice, justice and peace, that's the way it is called, the law of justice and peace, where we had this agreement with the paramilitary forces in 2005. And then we collected the experiences of different truth commissions of the unit of search. And that's why we put up a system that has the Truth Commission, the unit of search for missing people, and this Special Jurisdiction for Peace, this jurisdiction. So I think that it gives this jurisdiction a special particularity. But there is something that I find quite staggering from other experiences, and that makes this, out of all of this, a model, which is having incorporated the state of art of the human rights and the international criminal law, incorporating all these two approaches. Of course, El Salvador couldn't have done it, or nor Argentina, and not even Africa back in 1995, because it's going to be almost 30 years now. I'm going to take the example of South Africa, when they created this Truth Commission almost 30 years back, because the context was completely different and the international humanitarian law was completely different. And let's say that we were, caught up with that strength, with that force of the last 20, 30 years of all the different advances that there have been in terms of the human rights, the international humanitarian law, and that's what we had at hand. And just like President Vidal said it this morning, we are the court after the International Humanitarian Law Tribunal court that actually implements the Roman Statute in a more coherent and cohesive way. So we are implementing this Roman Statute, and we're authorized to do so because it is part of our system. So I think that if on top of that we add on all these practices that are aimed to challenge the warning that Habib gave us this morning when he said how distant, or the distance from the paper and what happens in practice, I think that we're trying to bridge that gap, and we're trying to have these best practices in order to have the validity of our law with the efficacy or efficiency of the law itself. So I think that, let's say, the set of all of the things that we have within the jurisdiction and our own practices, I think, and I will dare to say, mon querida, to believe that we are building up a model that might be useful. Maybe a portion of it might be useful or not. That's a different discussion. But I think we are indeed working on a model here. And I'd like to wrap my intervention up by reminding you some of the challenges that we have at hand. Our Deputy President have already mentioned some. Our President this morning mentioned some others, and our colleagues have mentioned even more challenges. But I'd like to go back to two specific aspects regarding those challenges. The objective of this transitional justice in general terms, it is nothing but three aspects. First of all, dignifying the victims. It is not only for a process, but every single process of transitional justice. So first of all, dignifying the victims. Second of all, creating this civilian trust. We don't have a lot of time to explain that in detail, but that, and then to strengthen the rule of law. And then with those objectives in mind, which should be the minimum standards or the minimum objectives of any transitional justice, we, as the Special Jurisdiction for Peace, we should oversee at least two things. That's what I would tell my colleagues, and that's what I would tell to anyone listening to me right now. The internal coherence of what we're doing now. Now you've seen the complexity of everything that we do here, and even the experts on the subject, including the magistrates, the magistracy that we have here, sometimes we don't even know what to do to see who's competent to do what. And so it is massively complex. And sometimes it is difficult for us to see how to explain that. And we want to bridge, and we want to legally or judicially close this issue of peace, just like Carolina said it a couple of minutes back. So our objective is to prosecute, investigate, prosecute, and judge the highest ranking perpetrators, but including the former guerrilla combatants and also the armed force and the state itself. So that's why we want to respond to all these different actors, but it entails a lot of complexity. So we need to ensure the coherence, the internal coherence that we have in everything that we do. So that's one of the biggest challenges that we have here. And I think that the second biggest challenge that we have is the one of overseeing the expansion of our agenda. And in that, let's say, in this last aspect that I'm mentioning here, expanding the scope of our agenda, we have, let's say, we have a low continuum, such as the one that we're about to hear with the Philharmonic concert, that was especially prepared for you. That is the principle of a strict temporality. So we have Chronos nagging our back all the time, poking our back all the time. I actually think of the Goya's work, Chronos devouring or taking the head off his son. We have Chronos on our back, poking our back. So surveilling or overseeing with these time restrictions, we need to broaden the scope of our agenda. We cannot broaden the scope of human rights. We cannot talk about the agenda of social rule of law. We can enable conversations with those different agendas. That's something that we're called to do, but we don't have any capabilities to actually get into them. We don't have the time, nor the muscle or the strength to get into those agendas. So let's say that that's one paramount challenge that we have. With the time that we have left, we need to oversee in detail the broadening of this agenda, or the scope of this agenda. Thank you very much, and I'll see you back in 2 years. Thank you very much, Magistrate Danilo. We will now kindly ask you to take a short break, a 15-minute break, and then we'll be back with you to welcome the Philharmonic Orchestra of Bogotá.
Aprovechamos para recomendarles que
just in case, please remember to give back your headsets to the front desk so you can recover, you can take back your IDs. Thank you very much. Please do not forget to give back this headset.
¿Acá? ¿Cuál?
Agradecemos a todas y todos los aquí presentes y por supuesto a quienes siguen la transmisión. Damos ahora la calurosa bienvenida a la Orquesta Filarmónica de Bogotá. Disfrutaremos del concierto para la reconciliación. Fue para mí un placer haberlos acompañado durante este recorrido y la jurisdicción les agradece de nuevo por su participación. Los dejo con la orquesta. Gracias y que disfruten. Buenas noches.
Gracias.